Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, September 12th, 2022. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce our pledge group this morning?
Yes, thank you, Cesar. Good morning, everyone. We're doing things a little bit differently today. Our classroom of students who really wanted to participate and say the pledge had a conflict because of testing, so they took it upon themselves to create a video for us. So they're going to be on video reciting the pledge and the Texas pledge for us.
Please rise for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
So that was Miss Maricela Alvarado's 5th grade class at W.D. Surratt Elementary. And even though they couldn't be here with us today, I'll let them know that their video was excellent.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Chaplain David Mayfield.
Chaplain, thank you. Welcome.
You're muted, Chaplain? You're muted, sir. If you can just click your microphone icon. There you are. Hold on, you muted right there.
Okay.
We hear you.
Oh, good morning, Judge Samaniego, commissioners. Thank you for the invitation. And now I invite all who are of a mind to join me in prayer. Creator God, we ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in which we live and work and play. Keep us all mindful of the fact that we are not only leaders, but also servants, and that it is their responsibility and ours as well to serve the common good of all. Grant us the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May we speak out when it is time to speak out and listen patiently and receptively when it is time to listen. May we always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain, for being here with us today. Very important.
This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and James Garcia. Judge, do you have any opening remarks for us this morning?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome all of you on behalf of myself and our commissioners. We welcome you today. It's a very important day. I feel like it's Easter Sunday today because a lot of you showed up, and thank you for that. And we thank you for getting to come to our commissioners' court. It's really important that you're part of the process, that you understand what we're trying to accomplish, and so it's always such a great feeling to have a full house like this. And of course, we have some amazing resolutions today, including welcoming our new Americans here into El Paso and into our nation. I apologize earlier, and it'll give me an opportunity to talk about, I know there's the community's understanding that we're having a little bit of a crisis with migrants, and it's become difficult, and it turns into being a humanitarian crisis because we have nothing to do with how they get here or policy or anything like that. But I know that as a community, we're very welcoming. We'll continue to be very humanitarian in everything that we do. And whenever you have more of a demand than being able to accommodate, it's difficult. So right now, there are almost 300 that are being processed, and they're not in a shelter and being processed. And I can tell you that in our discussions with Secretary Mayorkas and today having a Congresswoman involved in getting the mayor, myself, and Chief Chavez, who's done just an exceptional job, that I want the community to feel comfortable that even if when it's not completely managed the way it should be or could be, I can tell you there's no city in the entire border that will do it as well as El Paso. I can say that with no doubt whatsoever, the coordination and everybody coming together. And I want to thank the commissioners always supporting what we have to do. Betsy Keller has a lot to do with trying to get a process center, trying to get a shelter going. It's not sustainable in any way, so we're asking for policy changes. We're asking for the federal government to take on and step in. This is a federal challenge on the shoulders of local government, but I can assure you this is very well taken care of. So once again, welcome to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being here. Hopefully you'll be here, as the priest sometime on Sunday, Easter says, I hope you come back, okay, to our next Commissioners Court. So thank you for being here. We welcome you, and we'll try to expedite things as well as we can, and then we accommodate you on these topics that are coming up. Caesar, thank you.
Judge,
Sir?
just really quickly, if we want to make an announcement.
Oh, yeah, I'm
about
sorry. I
Commissioner
am
Robinson.
so sorry. I got ahead of myself a little bit. I wanted to make sure that not only the commissioners here, but we have Commissioner Robinson. Typically, we could have him on the screens, but there's some technical difficulties. So we'll have welcome Commissioner Robinson. We have you on board as well. Thank you. Caesar.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we
sir.
can.
I wish that could be there with you, but I'm very in spirit. But I'm live from my hacienda in the Bahamas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for saying that. We feel much, much better now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AH. We do have some items that we'd like to identify. We need to request a deletion of item number 4K for County Criminal Court at Law Number 2. That item is pursuant to Chapter 59.06H of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Approve and authorize a distribution of $49,500 from the county's 10% portion of the district attorney forfeiture funds previously donated to the County of El Paso to the County Criminal Court at Law 2 DWI Intervention and Treatment Program for family counseling services for court participants with TULOV 1 from October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023. Funding is available in special revenue, DA 10%, DF transfer out. Once again, that item is for deletion. We'd like to request item number 4J, a correction for the county clerk's office. That item should read, approve and authorize funding in the amount of $50,000 for 10 temporary employees for the county clerk's office for up to 13 business days from September 14th through the 30th, 2022. Funding is available in general fund, county clerk, salaries, full-time regular. We also have a correction to read in for item number 4W from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department Grants Division. Item number 4W should read grant match. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign a letter of commitment for the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization for a grant application to develop a comprehensive safety action plan. The county will contribute general funds in the amount of $50,000 contingent upon the MPO receiving the grant award. Funding is available in general fund, general administrative operations contingencies, and will be budgeted in fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, contract number 2022-0769. Are there any other items that members of the Court of Public would like to pull for individual discussion from the consent agenda?
Commissioners? Seeing none, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout.
Good morning, everybody. I have the honor of presenting this resolution. You know, the county fought really hard in the past to make sure that the Children's Hospital continued to be around when it was on shaky ground, and I'm very proud of its success. Its success since then. You know, that means at the bottom line, we've been able to provide to so many families. I know that we have some folks from Children's Hospital here. I see the CEO, some of the board members. I think I saw Amy Ross there as well. All right, there's the team coming. Oh, great. You know, cancer is such an awful illness, and you know, there's a term that we can't really use in this public forum, but which cancer survivors and many family members and friends know well, and it rhymes with duck. So let's say, you know what, to cancer, and with that I'll read the resolution, and then perhaps we can have the representatives from children say a few words. So whereas each year thousands of children are diagnosed with cancer across the country, including here in El Paso County, and whereas El Paso Children's Hospital supports patients and families who are currently fighting and have fought childhood cancer, which is not always treated like adult cancer. And whereas the Southwest University Blood and Cancer Center at El Paso Children's Hospital is the only certified children's oncology group center in a 250-mile radius and remains committed to providing the latest care protocols to treat all pediatric cancer types. And whereas medical and support staff continually work for the best possible outcomes for all pediatric cancer patients every day. And whereas the Commissioner's Court plays a vital role in supporting the fight against pediatric cancer at El Paso Children's Hospital, and whereas in 2012, the Obama administration proclaimed September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And now therefore be it resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioner's Court do hereby declare September 12 to be known as El Paso Children's Hospital Childhood Cancer Awareness Day, signed this 12th day of September 2022, the Honorable County Commissioner's Court.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioners Court, Judge, it's good to see you all this morning. Happy Monday. I am very blessed to stand here today to celebrate Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, which, as you all know, is September. I'm Cindy Stout. I'm the CEO for El Paso Children's Hospital. This month, I am celebrating my 5-year anniversary at the hospital. We've been very fortunate to be able to continue to grow this true specialty children's hospital for the citizens of our community, but we've only been able to do that because of the support that you all have given us as well, and what you've given the El Paso County Hospital District. Today, when I think about Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, I think about celebrating the survivorship of the children who have done well and progressed through their cancer treatment. But I also think about how we must recognize those children who have succumbed to cancer and how difficult those situations are for their family and for their friends. You know, years ago, about 58% of the children who were diagnosed with cancer survived more than 5 years. Today, with the right level of treatment, like you see at El Paso Children's Hospital, that number is at 85% for 5-year survivorship. You know, I think about the community and how we have over 100 children a year who are diagnosed with childhood cancer. 100 families that have to endure a diagnosis that changes their lives, that changes the life of their child, that they have to go through many months, sometimes years of treatment. But we're very blessed to have El Paso Children's Hospital here. We are the only children's oncology group certified program within the region. That affords our practitioners and our patients and our family members access to clinical trials similar to what you see at St. Jude's and MD Anderson. And again, that is what our community deserves. Our children deserve to be treated right here in El Paso. And so we're very blessed that you all have continued to help us to support those efforts. Today, behind me, I have many people that help to support the hospital. I'm very fortunate that I have my board chairman, Steve DeGroat, our board secretary, Amy Ross, and then as well as, I think it's important for me to say, this is the executive team behind me, as well as a couple of our families. Here with me for our families are the Oseta family. You all have met Haley before. She's a cancer warrior, and she's done phenomenal, many years of cancer treatment, but she's on the road to recovery. We also have our Lerma family. Over this way, and so their child also was diagnosed with cancer. Years ago, these children would have had to go outside of El Paso for that level of care, and now they're able to stay here to have the support of their family and friends and to continue their schooling. And studies show that children must be in an environment where their families and friends are in order for them to do well under treatment. And so again, we're very blessed with that. I'd like to introduce you all to Dr. Benjamin Carcamo. Dr. Carcamo has dedicated his life work to helping our children within this region to ensure that they become healthy after a cancer diagnosis. So Dr. Carcamo, would you say a few words?
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you all. I've been here in the community for 25 years. I gotta tell you, when I came first, it was a shock to me, first coming from a big place like Texas Children, to see all the needs that we had in El Paso. Over the last 25 years, we have been working really hard to improve that. And, you know, we actually reached a breakthrough when the El Paso Children's was open, okay? We saw the improvement in the care, okay? And we were able to finally become members of the Children's Oncology Group, which is an association of pediatric oncologists around the nation and in the world that are dedicated to improve the survival of cancer. We have reached even more than you can imagine. When I first started my education 35 years ago, survival was actually 25-30%. And that's all that children will make it. And I saw the steady improvement, thanks to, these research groups. And I saw them survival go from 30 to 40 to 50 to 60, and right now we are at 85%. And we are not stopping there. It is amazing the things that are happening, and the things that are happening at El Paso Children's. We have become very active with this organization, and actually we are considered, a very important part of pediatric oncology in Texas. We are treating a large number of the patients that are treated in Texas, and our survivals are as good or sometimes better than other locations in the state. We are doing very well, but there is so much that still needs to be done. We need the support of every one of you, everyone in the community, to continue supporting El Paso Children's and the pediatric oncology program that we have developed over there. There is much to do. We are accomplishing great things. We want your support. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for your passion and your courage of helping so many individuals. And Cindy and your team, unbelievable. We'll hear from them. But I just have to say that I've never been so proud of a community that has pulled together. And it's not so much what's happened, but what could have happened, as you said, not having to leave town, not having to deal with all the other issues of collateral impact. I got to meet Haley and Kaylee, I'm sorry, and she She's my superhero. And if you ever have a lack of appreciation of life or feel a little discouraged about talk to the parents, talk to the cancer victims, and look at their courage and their way that they look at life is just unbelievable. So when you go there, it's just amazing. I got a picture from her that'll be with me for the rest of my life because she became my superhero. The way she talked about her challenges, I just made a commitment that I couldn't complain about much in the world as the way she handles it and how she encourages other children. And so I am so proud that I got to meet it and got to meet the parents. So thank you for that. So I don't know, Cindy, or Commissioner Stout, if you want to have more individuals
just want
speak.
to say one more thing. We are also developing a survivorship program. Actually, we have been working on it for the last 10 years. And we have already enrolled about 500 survivors, okay, 500 children that may not have been able to make it without our work. And these children are being taken care, not for the cancer that they had, but for the complications of cancer that they could have in the future. And, they deserve everything. I mean, these children are true heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind words.
And I just want to share that I would be very remiss if I did not recognize the partnership with Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso. Dr. Lang, his whole physician teams have been phenomenal in helping us to continue to build the hospital. And then I also want to thank our community physicians for trusting us to take care of their children that they build those bonds with. So we now have 5 physicians that are solely dedicated to hematology, oncology, and 3 nurse practitioners. We've got plenty to take care of our children, and really, like Dr. Carcamo said, our goal is to eventually eradicate childhood cancer.
Oh.
So thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
What a blessing. Would you like to have any of the parents or anybody speak? Thank you. Thank
Well, I
you.
want to say thank you to everybody here. Dr. Carcamo is Haley's doctor. So, at El Paso Children's, we do become a family. So when I hear other people coming together and speaking like that of my child and of our hospital, it means a lot to me as a parent. I want to thank everybody here for doing this. I also hope that we do get the bond because we need our hospital to expand in every way possible. So thank you all for doing this, and thank you from the bottom of our heart.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for your courage. Well, thank you. Commissioner Stout, back to you.
Well, thank you all very much. Let's, I've got the resolution here so we can stand up here and take a picture with everybody. I'll go for it.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring September 10th through the 18th, 2022 as Welcoming Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Together?
Yes, so we're
Okay.
going to read the resolution first.
And then you can have the presentation.
And then
Perfect.
the presentation after,
Thank
right
you,
after that, if
Commissioner
that's okay.
Holguín.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be able to read into the record the following resolution, which declares September 10th through the 18th as Welcoming Week. We all know what a welcoming community El Paso is, and so any opportunity that we have to highlight that about ourselves, I think is very, very important. So I just want to thank Lorraine Gonzalez Flores from our Office of New Americans here at the county for all of her tremendous work in this effort. And as the judge mentioned, after we read the resolution, we have a very, very special presentation. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution now. Whereas the success of El Paso County and its residents depends on making sure that all feel welcome here and are a vital part of our community, bringing fresh perspectives and new ideas, starting businesses, and contributing to the economy and creating vibrant diversity that we all value. Whereas this week we honor the spirit of unity that is bringing neighbors together across our country. During Welcoming Week, we invite all residents of El Paso and organizations to join this movement of communities nationwide by renewing our commitment to our core American values and by acting in the spirit of welcoming. By working together, we can achieve greater prosperity and make the County of El Paso the kind of place where diverse people from around the world feel valued and want to put down roots and grow and contribute to El Paso's long-term economic growth. Whereas, regardless of where we are born or what we look like, we are El Pasoans, united in our effort to build a stronger Texas. By recognizing the contributions that we all make to create a vibrant culture and a growing economy, we make our community more prosperous and more inclusive to all who call it home. Whereas, let us come together to build communities where every resident has the opportunity to contribute at their best. Let us come together to create more prosperous communities and to reaffirm that Texas still stands as a beacon of freedom and opportunity. Whereas, the work of creating welcoming and inclusive communities is best shared by all of us, government and civil society, business and nonprofits, federal, state, and local, and we call on our fellow El Pasoans to join and uplift efforts to make ours a welcoming, inclusive place to live. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the El Paso County Commissioners Court, call upon the people of El Paso County and all community organizations to join together to build stronger communities and do hereby proclaim the week of September 10th through the 18th, 2022 as Welcoming Week, signed this 12th day of September, 2022.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we have several speakers from our nonprofits here in the area who do a tremendous job of welcoming immigrants to the El Paso community every single day. Good morning, Anna. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to address the court. My name is Anna Hay, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services, commonly known as DMRS in our community. We are a ministry of the El Paso Diocese and the largest provider of immigration legal services in the El Paso and New Mexico areas. The importance of welcome and the sense of belonging cannot be overstated, and it begins with every one of us. In recent years, the drumbeat of racism and replacement theory conspiracies have fed a fear of the other that has blinded many Americans to the values we espouse, that all are created equal and that different races and nationalities contribute value to our melting pot and strengthen the fabric of our society. Asylum seekers and immigrants are villainized as criminals and invaders under the guise of nationalism and patriotism. El Paso's unique position on the edge of 3 states and 2 nations provides the opportunity for us to set the example of welcome and belonging for the entire nation. Our Congresswoman has referred to us as the new Ellis Island, and with good reason. We welcome the other with care and compassion, and even when we have limited resources, we find a way to do it. Today's resolution is timely and appropriate, as Judge Samaniego had mentioned, because there has been news reports about immigrants released to the streets here in El Paso. But we also hear that El Pasoans are already starting to try to make plans to improve their circumstances. I hope that in the spirit of Welcoming Week 2022, we will see a renewed commitment and a resurgence of community volunteerism to address the needs of this vulnerable population as they begin their lives in the United States. In closing, I want to thank Lorraine from the Office of New Americans for her tireless efforts to welcome. She's amazing. And I want to thank you all for supporting this resolution. Thank you.
And thank you for your service in the desk. Has been a key component of us welcoming and being humanitarian. So thank you, and the bishop as well. Thank you.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Marisa Limon Garza. I'm thrilled to be with you all. I'm the Executive Director of Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center. I think that's one of the first times I've said that out loud. This is a little different. Gracias a todos y todas, y gracias a todos que están escuchando en casa. Thrilled to support this resolution. We all know that Welcoming Week, part of the brainchild of Commissioner Stout and carried on by Commissioner Holguin, is pretty much about us joining and being part of a welcoming America. And so this week is not a time to sit back and to praise ourselves and to rest on our laurels. It's an invitation to continue to reflect on what this means for all of us. The early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to survive through physical distancing. While we must remain vigilant and safe, we know how to connect with one another safely. It's in this spirit that we step out of our silos and greet the other, welcome the newcomer, and make our default inclusion over exclusion. The El Paso County is vast and abundant. There's plenty for all to thrive. I'd like to make sure that we continue the Office of New Americans and the vision of what so many that have come before us have said. Bureaucracies can be challenging when you don't know how to navigate them. They can be systems, but these systems are made of people. And the people that we've encountered at El Paso County have been ones who have taken a machete to that bureaucracy and helped us cut through red tape on behalf of others. So these are people like Joel Bishop, like Irene Valenzuela, Lorraine Gonzalez Flores, all the people that they touch, all of you, your staffs and colleagues. They help us find creative solutions. They help us be the community that we strive to be. So my asks of you this morning as the court is to really think about how this people-centered work can continue, how this bureaucracy can better serve all of the county, how the Office of New Americans can be expansive and grow, how it can cross-reference across all services that we provide, because we are a community of immigrants. Every single thing that we do touches the life of an immigrant. And so it's very important that we look at all of the things that we do from the lens of the newcomer, the person that is different, the person that is other. And Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center is happy to walk with the county through this effort to make sure that all are welcome. Gracias.
Thank you. You've been an amazing advocate, tirelessly helping us understand that, and we really appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. It's a great joy to be up here before you guys today talking about this opportunity. My name is Patrick Giuliani. I'm a member of the Hope Border Institute, and we strongly support the Declaration of Welcoming Week and agree that the future success of El Paso and its residents depends on making sure all are accepted, welcome, and included. El Paso has a rich and long history of welcoming people. To see this tradition reflected in our county brings us great hope for what will come next. We have seen firsthand what a culture of hatred can do, and remember the lives that have been lost to it, both here and at the border. By working together to create a community that welcomes all with kindness and starts to undo the hateful rhetoric that we hear being used against members of our community, we can continue to grow together and serve as a role model for cities along the border to reflect and grow for themselves. The Hope Border Institute looks forward to collaborating with the county to find ways to best accompany all of those arriving to El Paso, both locally and from afar. Migrants make up a crucial part of our city, our county, and our state, and our country. And we want to make sure that we put in our best efforts to welcome them all with open arms. I thank you guys for all of the work you've put into this. I thank Lori for the work we've done moving this forward. And I thank also our community members for all that they've done in welcoming people historically, and that they continue to put forward in welcoming those. Thank you yet again.
Thank you. Thank you and your organization. Great job. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to address the court. My name is Nicholas Natividad. I am a board member of Hope Border Institute, as well as an associate professor in the Department of Criminal Justice at New Mexico State University, and proud lifelong resident of El Paso. There's an estimated over 1 million immigrants that come to the United States each year for various reasons, whether it be due to economic hardship, fleeing persecution, extreme violence, or forced relocation due to severe weather. The importance of establishing El Paso as a welcoming region is more than just a beacon of hope on paper, but a recognition of the galvanized efforts across the city for all those who do welcoming work, whether it's nonprofit organizations that accompany migrants, local churches that open their doors to them, or even abuelos and abuelas working hard in their kitchen to provide food for those who have journeyed here. Your efforts are recognizing what has been deeply woven into the fabric of this community, that El Paso is a community that accepts, welcomes, and includes all. But this needs to be just the beginning. El Paso needs to establish permanent infrastructure to welcome migrants, an infrastructure not solely reliant on civil society, which has been the case historically in this city. Just to give you a snapshot of what our future together looks like, it is estimated that over 21 million migrants globally are displaced due to climate change, known as climate change refugees. This is annually. And this is just one section, right? One reason why people migrate. It is estimated by 2050, over 1.2 billion of the world's population will be forced to migrate as a result of climate change. So these efforts, these steps that you're taking to build this type of infrastructure, to build a welcoming week, is significant because rather than criminalizing immigrants, you understand that immigration is inevitable. It always has been and always will be, and increasingly so in these times. So I thank you. In closing, thank you for your vision, thank you for your leadership. I also would like to thank Lori at the Office of New Americans. By creating this resolution and others like it, you're helping making this region safer, more prosperous, and more inclusive. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the regional approach, and the climate component, I think, was very educational, I think. Thank you.
And I think we might have someone online. Do we have any speakers online?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize that I'm not there in person. My name is Jeanette Mondragon, and I am a staff attorney for Justice for Our Neighbors, El Paso. January will be our first year in this area. And I just want to, I'm here to support the Welcoming Week resolution. It is so important that we continue this type of thought, especially in our community. Unfortunately, I work in the detention aspect of this, so I get to see a lot of ugliness that occurs, a lot of suffering, a lot of needless torture that does not need to happen, and that is unfortunately what a lot of undocumented people experience coming into the United States. So to hear this resolution is just, it's overwhelming, because that is not the introduction that a lot of individuals get to being here in the United States. One of the other speakers talked about where they come from. A lot of them are fleeing persecution, violence. Some of the difficult stories and conversations that I've heard from them are just unbelievable. And prior to this, I was a prosecutor. I did crimes against children, so I thought I had seen some pretty ugly stuff. But this, some of the stories that these individuals are carrying is heartbreaking. to say the least. So again, this resolution is very refreshing. I did have one individual tell me who was in detention and had been in detention for 5 months that this was not what the Statute of Liberty promised, that this isn't the America that he thought that he was coming to, and he was fleeing some pretty violent political persecution. And so it needs to change, and this is a good start to that change. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. So thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to my words, and thank you for this resolution. It's a good start for us all to be on the same page about what El Paso should be about and should continue to be about.
Thank you,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Mondragon. Thank you very much for your time and for your words. Thank you.
Hello, buenos dias, Judge, Commissioners. Lore Gonzalez Flores with the Office of New Americans. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for sponsoring the resolution, and Judge and Commissioners for approving and adopting the resolution. And of course, thank you to the community partners who are present here with us today. As you may have already heard, Welcoming Week is a yearly event held in September when neighbors, businesses, local government, and nonprofits throughout the U.S. gather together in the spirit of unity. These events show how people of all backgrounds can create stronger communities by building meaningful connections and affirming the benefits of welcoming everyone and creating inclusive places for all. Judge and Commissioners, our Welcoming Week festivities began on Saturday. We hosted the first annual Citizenship Resource Fair in the city of Socorro, so we thank the city of Socorro for providing us a space. But present, we did have 22 of our community partners and organizations that offer legal support, that offer English classes, citizenship classes, and other adult education programs. We had over 135 residents that attended that event. Today, along with our resolutions, we do have another great event scheduled, which we'll get to in a little bit. Thank you for your patience. On Wednesday, we will have a live information session with USCIS where our county residents will be able to log in and ask questions about the citizenship process. Thursday, we are scheduled to do a couple of anti-bullying presentations in our community with the focus on embracing differences and creating welcoming environments. But those are just some of the activities that we scheduled for Welcoming Week. Now, I do not wish to take more time. I'm excited to move to this next part of today's agenda. Judge and Commissioners, today we are joined by USCIS Immigration Services Officer Adrian Carrion and 20 individuals and their families. These individuals embarked on the journey of becoming naturalized citizens of the United States of America. They went through the process and the steps with USCIS, and today we'll be witnessing the last step to make it official. Judge Samaniego, would you like to start with a few comments to introduce the ceremony? From there, we'll turn it over to Officer Carrion, who will be officiating the ceremony, and then we'll turn it back to the court for comment.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Holguin.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I believe Caesar might have to read the item into the agenda before we proceed.
Correct. That'll be item number 7C from presentations. Receive a presentation from USCIS recognizing 20 individuals who will be taking their oath of citizenship and pledging allegiance to the United States to complete the process of naturalization.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Stout that had pushed this vision of this welcoming, because it is so important that we welcome properly. And I know one of the things that was said by Mrs. Mondragon is that how we wish we could do that to so many more people. And she talked about the difficulty of what happens in detentions, and it's very, it's heart-wrenching to hear about that. So one of the things that here at Commissioners Court, we've done everything that we can. We know that when the process stops and there's a delay, that's when we have problems. And so when the process is going and we're able to shelter and move people along, it's so much better. I have the privilege of talking to a lot of unaccompanied children when they come here and they're sheltered, and it's just amazing, their enthusiasm about coming into our country, and I tell them that how I wish that more of our children have that same, great feeling of coming to the United States and being an American citizen. And so we thank you, those that are coming in. We welcome you with all our hearts. We really appreciate, and this is quite a ceremony. But we thank you because you're going to be really great role models for the rest of us. Your appreciation you always show, and the way you approach this opportunity is just incredible. Y para que sepan que esta es una comunidad que somos bilingües, la mayoría, nos encantaría que se sintieran con todo el corazón, que sientan esta bienvenida, que estén con nosotros, que se sientan muy orgullosos del proceso y todo lo que tuvieron que hacer para llegar a este momento. Pero es un privilegio para nosotros ser parte de esta ceremonia. Le doy las gracias a Commissioner Stout, que inició esta visión de tratar bien a los que llegan a nuestro país, y Commissioner Holguín por esta gran celebración. De nuevo, bienvenidos, les agradecemos su paciencia en todo esto y que tengan muchísima suerte y mucha fe de ser una gran parte de este país de migrantes, y ustedes son una gran parte de estos. No hay nadie aquí que yo conozca, además un nativo que no fue un migrante en un momento, o nuestros padres. Muchísimas gracias, bienvenidos. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, yes. Awesome, excellent. Judge Samaniego, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, and most important, our wonderful applicants, our 20 applicants here that are about to become U.S. citizens. Welcome to United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Citizenship Ceremony. Your ceremony, okay? It is my name is Officer Adrian Carrion, and I'm an Immigration Services Officer. It is my pleasure to preside over this very special day and this very special ceremony, okay? After taking the oath of allegiance and receiving your naturalization certificate, you will officially be citizens of this great country, a citizen of the United States of America. This is a life-changing event for you and your loved ones. You will have all the rights and responsibilities that come with being a United States citizen. The right to vote, to volunteer, to serve on a jury. It's your favorite one, I know. And these are just a few of the rights and responsibilities that you will be receiving today. Okay? We hope that you leave the ceremony today. You will take time today to reflect on what being a United States citizen truly means to you. Okay? It is going to mean something different for all of you. Take time, realize what you have accomplished and the journey you have taken to get here today, and the journey that you are about to take in your lives from now on. So, it's going to happen, okay? At this time, I'm going to administer the oath of allegiance, okay? Now, please, I'm going to give you the oath. You're going to repeat it. I need everybody to hear it. Everybody. So be loud, be proud. Show everybody here that you are about to become proud United States citizens, okay? All right, so at this time, my 20 applicants for citizenship, if you can please stand up. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, so help me God. You can put your hands down. Congratulations, you are now U.S. citizens. Turn around. Turn around, turn around, face everybody. Beautiful. Okay. Now, this is our favorite part, okay? We will be calling you up by name to receive your certificate, okay? Once again, congratulations to our newest United States citizens. So when I call your name, you're going to come up, okay? Ivan Guerrero. Come on up here. Congratulations. María Dolores García. Blanca Inés Reyes. Irene M. García. Felicidades, señora García. Jesús Ontiveros Morales. Puede acompañarlo, señor. Muchas felicidades. José Luis Flores Acosta. Flores. Felicidades. Ruby Del Mari Luna Mesa. Congratulations. José Ortiz Banda. Felicidades, señor. Y tiene su certificado, señor. No se le olvide, por favor, es el... Lisbeth Domínguez. Felicidades. Seferino Méndez Flores. Felicidades.
Es un honor saludarnos a todos. Señor juez.
Yesenia Guillermina Luna Ramírez. Congratulations, man. Melissa Saucer. Congratulations, man. Ulises Pérez Contreras. María Esther Vilches Madrigal. Solmaz Sigarudi. Congratulations. Yolanda Garfio Tarín. Felicidades, señora. Antonio Flores Flores. Congratulations, Mr. Flores. Juan Miguel Rangel Rivera. Muchas felicidades, señor Rivera. Humberto Aguilar Cerda. Muchas felicidades, señor Aguilar. Heraclio González Batres. Felicidades, señor. Thank you. This is awesome. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our newest U.S. citizens. Thank you. That's part of my job.
You guys squeeze Like the judge says, quinceañera pose.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias y felicidades.
Judge, if I may, just really quickly, as many of you all know, I am an immigration attorney by training, and by far watching individuals at the end of their journey be able to naturalize is one of the best parts of my job. So I want to thank Officer Carreon for all of his tremendous work and all of his colleagues at CIS to make sure that as many people in our community as possible have access to naturalizing. And I want to thank Lorraine, of course, from our Office of New Americans. There is a reception right next door, coincidentally, in front of the elections office, so our new citizens can register to vote while they're here. So please step right outside to the right for the reception. And again, thank you, Officer Carreon. Thank you for everything. I know how challenging it is to organize these ceremonies.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I get goosebumps all over.
Say hi to everyone for me.
Let me get over these goosebumps before I, this is pretty exciting to see this. Caesar? Caesar, before we start, Dr. Lang, we had recognized you earlier, and could you please stand, because Cindy had made some great comments about the partnership with Texas Tech, so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew you were back there. So thank you.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the week of September 11th through the 18th, 2022 as EPCC National Arts and Education in El Paso County, Texas.
I have the honor, I'll be reading the resolution on behalf of Commissioner Robinson, so I will do that at this time. Whereas arts education comprising a rich array of disciplines including dance, media, arts, music, theater, visual arts, and more, is well-rounded subject and an essential element of a complete education for all students. Whereas arts education supports the social and emotional well-being of young people in a community by self-awareness, self-efficacy, self-management, and perseverance, social awareness, and relationship skills are central to any arts education activity, no matter the age and ability of the student or the environment in which the learning takes place. And whereas arts education enables students to develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills, imagination and creativity, discipline and collaboration, alternative ways to communicate and express feelings and ideas, and cross-cultural understanding which supports academic success across the curriculum. Whereas arts education contributes to personal growth outside of the classroom, including increasing a student's likelihood to participate in civic life, volunteerism, altruism, and community engagement. To succeed in today's economy, students must masterfully develop the traits that business leaders demand in a 21st century workforce, such as communicating through words, images, sounds, and movements. Whereas reduced funding, inequitable access to digital technology, and suspension of arts-based curriculum and programs are leading to reduced access to any participation in arts education for El Paso, Texas students. And whereas the arts are an integral part of life in the United States and El Paso, Texas, and are an integral part of a complete education which contributes to the vibrancy and vitality of communities and the nation. Now therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the week of September the 11th through the 17th, 2022 shall be known as EPCC Arts Education Week. Signed this 12th day of September, 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner Robinson, would you like to address your audience here?
Yes, thank you, Judge, for reading the resolution. Part of my formal education was at community college, El Paso Community College. So I would just say that we do have some individuals that should be present or online to speak on the issue, but El Paso College is a great place to be.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
I agree with that. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thanks for having us here. My name is Zoe Spiliotis, and I'm a professor of visual arts at EPCC. And I've taught there over 6 years. I've taught a variety of courses, including drawing and painting, where we focus on teaching technical aspects of drawing and the use of materials. I've also taught art history, where we look at what we can learn about ourselves from the visual art of the past, and we make connections to who we were and how we got to be us now. And I also teach art appreciation, which is a general education course that most of our students have to take. And in that course, we cover many different aspects of art, but most importantly, we talk about why art is important to study in the first place. So although each of our visual arts courses covers a unique area of art, there is one thing that all of them teach our students, and that is how to communicate through words, images, sounds, and movement. And they learn to problem solve, to think critically, to work together to create. And these are all traits that they need to succeed in their academic career, even beyond EPCC, and also in the 21st century workplace. They leave my class more self-aware and aware of their own discipline, their feelings, and really importantly, the creativity and imagination that lies within them. So thank you for taking the time to recognize what I see every day in my classroom, that the arts are an integral part of a complete education, and that they contribute to the vibrancy and the vitality of our community here in El Paso, on the border, and also the nation.
Thank you so much, and I'll wait for everyone and make some comments because I have a deep appreciation for El Paso Community College, so thank you.
Well, actually, we're here to support. We're also from
Yes.
EPCC. We're the Diversity and Inclusion Program, and also with us is the Student Government Association here with us.
Oh, that's excellent. Would
So
you
we're here
like
to
to say a few words?
I think they have the next agenda item.
Pardon me?
Yeah, we have the next
They have the next resolution.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, no, I just want to thank you because there is a connection to coming out of the pandemic, and we saw that individuals were isolated, and we also saw the incline of suicide. You know, a lot of crime happens, and so the mental health issue is very challenging. But I can tell you there's no better way to address your feelings through the arts and through drawings and through visuals and so I think it's going to be a tremendous way to address. We're concerned, how do we address such a generic situation? As I've always said, that when it's physical, it's pretty clear and you identify it, but when it's mental, it's really difficult. So I think it may be collaterally or in a way, you will be addressing some of the concerns of individuals keeping too much inside of themselves, and you can express that through a lot of different ways to, you know, articulate it through drawings, through music, through all the other functions. So I just want to thank you for El Paso Community College is usually in the center of anything that's moving quickly, and, you know, whether the next resolution on the Hispanic month and all that, they're very, very. I was very fortunate. I taught there for 10 years. I taught, one of my best classes was the psychology in the workplace, and it has become extremely valuable to understand psychology in the workplace. But so thank you very much. We really appreciate this recognition. Commissioner Robinson, thank you so much. I know you're a huge supporter of community college, so I don't know if you have a few words.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for their participation and their indulging in putting forth this effort. The professors, the administration at the college do an outstanding job and makes El Paso Community College one of the best institutions in the nation.
I agree. Thank you very much. So, thank you. Back to you, Caesar.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of September 14th through October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month celebration in El Paso County, Texas.
I also have the privilege of reading the resolution for Commissioner Robinson. This one also very, very special because Community College has always led in our Heritage Month, and we're very proud of following and supporting it as much as we can. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a period from September the 15th to October the 15th, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates a long and important presence and contributions of Latinos, and whereas El Paso Community College, EPCC, Diversity and Inclusion Programs will present its 21st Annual Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrated entitled Unidos, I was going to read in Spanish now, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation. Whereas the EPCC Hispanic Heritage Month celebration will offer students, faculty, staff, and the community a fiesta event to highlight Hispanic American contributions to education, government, and culture on September 21st, 2022. And whereas the celebration will present a Lifetime Achievement Award to a local, regional, and national trailblazer mentor for their contributions to the border city community. And now, therefore, it be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that September 15th through October the 15th, 2022 shall be known as EPCC Hispanic Heritage Celebration Month, signed this 12th day of September, 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Sí. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners, for giving us this resolution one more time. 21 years, it's already been, our celebration. My name is Lee Vasquez, and I'm the Coordinator for Diversity and Inclusion Programs at EPCC. And with me today, we have Luz de los Reyes with us. She's also from Diversity and Inclusion Programs. And we have our Student Government Vice President, Armando Vaca, and Edna Payan. And then we also have Chloe Spiliotis here with us, and Ismael de la Rosa, also from EPCC. And I want to also recognize our great board member, Cristina Sanchez, is also here in the court.
Our own Cristina
Yes,
Sanchez?
yes. El Paso Community College, as you know, this year, the theme is Unidos, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation, and we strongly believe at EPCC. We feel that diversity inclusion is important, whether it be local, personal, state, or national. It should be at the forefront in everything we do. And El Paso Community College continues with those efforts in every program that we do. Today, just seeing what happened here at the court, with everybody being pledged in and being citizens, that really creates what the spirit of all this is, and we're celebrating. We want to include everybody. We want to be a part of something, so it's great to see that. On here, we do have some of our events. Two people were here with us, Lydia Vasquez and Dr. Alina Vasquez. And they're professors at EPCC, but they had to go teach class, so I still wanted to mention their name, because they took the time to be here. You should have all received a flyer or two flyers. That'd be my coworker. They're gonna talk a little bit about it. We do want to invite everybody in the public to our 21st Hispanic Heritage Fiesta, which, with the great help with Student Government and Campus Live, we are able to unite and create these events, because without our committees and them, we wouldn't be able to do this. And finally, we've been doing things virtually, and now we have at least an in-person event to start off. So that's great that we're starting to do that, of course, following the protocols for safety. One of our keynote speakers, his name is Chibi Orduña. He is a spoken word artist from Laredo, Texas. He was picked by our Student Government Association when they saw him He talks about what's going on currently in the United States, in his life and everything like that. So he makes a great model, and his message is really, really nice. For our mentors that we chose this year is Dana Munoz. She's an EPCC English instructor. She's written a book, and she gives a lot to the community. And then we also have Dr. Andres Muro, who we're going to be recognizing. He's the EPCC Director of Community Education Program, which they help out with GEDs, and he brought over millions of dollars to EPCC to keep that project going, and he gives a lot to the community also. So we felt that, we needed to honor them, everything that they do, and we wanted to recognize somebody from EPCC, because we have so many great professors, many things are happening great at EPCC, and we want everybody to know. This year's celebration, it is going to be taking place at the Valle Verde campus between the cafeteria annex and the courtyard, and it's from 9 to 2 p.m. We'll have those presentations, plus we'll have singers, performances, educational tables out there, so students can come in and also ask questions for financial aid, tutoring center, where to get that, the honors program. And then outside, we'll have like the student clubs also for students to participate and join those clubs. So it's a little bit of mix of everything. We wanted to make it educational but fun, and we'll have food also. So that's always a great benefit. So we do want to welcome all of you. And then as the month goes on for October, closing it out, Ms. Luz de los Reyes is going to tell you a little bit about our readings.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Judge Samaniego, County Commissioners, thank you for having us here. It is a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. And on behalf of EPCC, we want to cordially invite all of you and all the community to join us for our Hispanic Heritage events. And part of the Hispanic Heritage Month, we will be having the read-in celebration happening in October. We will be having two. We will be having the first one at our Northwest Campus Library. And our read-ins will be, we want to bring a group of students together so they could express and read their favorite part of literature. And the best two readers, we will be giving out a book called Ándale Prieta. It was written by a faculty member at El Paso Community College. Her name is Jasmine Garcia. And our second reading will be at the Rio Grande campus, and that will be October 5th. And again, we will be doing, bringing a group of students together so they can read their favorite literature or poem or whatever they feel to read. And the best two readers will be receiving also a book from our faculty member, Jasmine Ramirez. Thank you very much.
That's excellent. Would you like to say? Yeah, come on.
I don't think you're there.
Come on, practice.
They're
Practice.
shy. They're a little shy.
No, well, once again, I just want to mention that I want to thank Dr. Gomez. I don't know if she already got her PhD yet, but Mrs. Gomez, but Dr. Carrasco from the Harvard University of Divinity, and he is so supportive of El Paso and Heritage Month, and I know that you'll be connecting with him. He's very interested in taking our community, feels that we are the epicenter of the Hispanic heritage, of the culture, from the Pachuco to all the cultures that we have here, and the beauty of those cultures, but not only for ourselves, but that the Hispanic shares that culture with everyone else and brings everybody together, that inclusiveness that you're talking about. I do hope that you take advantage of our healing garden. It's meant to be a place of unity. So anything that you could do there, we could help out. It's a beautiful garden that represents moving forward and unity and blessing. So hopefully that you'll incorporate that. It's too beautiful for people not to know about it. So whatever you could do to integrate that as part of this unity, because we're very much the Commissioners Court have been very supportive of the idea of unity. And I'll say over and over again every time I have an opportunity that there's no community in the country that can be as the ignition or that can ignite the rest of the country to be united, to be kind, and to be, love each other. And so thank you for all you do, and I hope this unity really spreads to another level, which, like I said, Dr. Carrasco will make sure that he takes it to a national forum, what you're doing here in El Paso. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6 is public comment. We're going to be taking speakers here for regular public comment. We will take up the item 8 shortly. But for item number 6, regular public comment, we have Ana Dueñez. I just want to remind all speakers that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody is being timed.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Welcome.
Commissioners. My name is Ana Dueñez, and I am also president of a community for 3 communities. And in behalf of our community members and some of the people that couldn't come, this is in behalf of the petition that's been going on for the UMC. A lot of them are not in favor for it due to the fact that it's still too early for certificates of obligation and the bond, being that and with the pandemic, there's a lot of people that are having a hard time even going to the groceries, paying bills, paying gas. It's very hard for them. Some of them are in the hospital, and that's why I'm here. And they have asked me, a lot of them started getting petitions against it, and they all mailed their petitions and not in favor of it. It is very hard for a lot of people right now to be going through, especially on the end of the year taxes. And a lot of them are very struggling very much. So because we went through, I went through the open records, there has been quite a few certificates of obligation and bonds for this. We realized, and it's very good, that you had spread out clinics throughout the city and remodeled the hospital, which it needed. That's very good. The only thing is, we're still paying for it. It has not been more than 5 years. And usually a bond is for 10 years. And right now, a lot of them, we get this bond for next year. This year, we're safe, but next year, it's going to be very hard for a lot of people. Especially a lot of them are not working. Some of them are wanting to sell their properties, and it's not fair. It's not fair that that's the only thing they have to live on. And because sometimes they can't afford to pay bonds, constantly, either it's with the city or with the county, it's very hard for them, and especially when there's two at one time. We've got a city that's also coming up with a bond, and in this situation, it's very hard because we do need our streets repaired. So that's why I wanted to let you all know that in this case, I also went to a meeting at the Chamisal, and before that, we had a visual meeting with the neighborhood associations. And at that time, they had told us it was going to be, the bond was going to be for, I believe, it was 389 million. Then when I went to the one at Chamisal, it went up to 400 million. Then when the CEO came in and said, no, it's not 400, it's 446 million. So it's a little bit confusing here. Then not too long ago, we had a visual also association meeting, and it said 345 million. It's very hard and it's very confusing to a lot of people, not knowing exactly what this bond is going to be, because it does depend on how much the taxes are going to be raised. It's better when you have something and be more professional and bring it up the way you want it, and not to tell people different stories, lying to them. It's better to know exactly the amount that we're going to be paying for. But in this case, a lot of people can't pay for it. So I would appreciate the signatures that have been coming in. I'm sure they came into
30
the
seconds.
clerk's office to please take in consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And our neighborhood association is one of the oldest. We've been in existence for 19 years.
Thank
And we're
you.
registered with the city of El Paso.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Let me
much.
just, Christina, I just want to take it into advisement that I didn't know if you wanted to, what I'd like to do, just to put things in perspective, is I'd like to have our clerk talk about what happened on Friday, so that our audience and people listening know exactly what took place, and then make a comment based on that. So
Yes, sir. So we have our regular agenda item, which is item 8. I believe we still have a couple more items until we get there. So we have a member of the public speaking right now. So maybe either you can read the agenda item now, we could take it up now, or wait until that time and then take up the next 2 items, and then we can go into that, we segue into that conversation, Judge.
Yeah, I'd like to take the item because I think that it puts things in perspective for our speakers based on where we are right now. And since there will, in some sense, there'll be no action taken, but I would like to preface it by them understanding where we are at this point and what's taken place. So I would like to read that item in.
Okay, great. Okay.
Judge, we do have one additional speaker for regular public comment, not
for the
relating to the
particular
subject. Would you like to take that
Yes,
one now?
please. Yeah, that would be perfect.
Thank you.
Judge, if you don't mind, the reason why I had put it down as item I believe it's 8.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is that last time I put it for agenda item 7, the last time, and I never got called.
Okay.
So that's why I'm coming to, because it's if or not, and that's why I came up ahead and before they skip me also.
Okay,
And
well-
not let me speak.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Yes, sir. We have Alicia Reyes Lozoya online.
Online, okay. Mrs. Lozoya, we're ready for you.
Okay, good morning. The reason I'm calling is to address the issue regarding the county tax assessor collector. The shortage of staff is affecting, I do believe, the whole community, not only us as motor vehicle dealers, because of all the delays in processing paperwork and getting service to our customers. And I went ahead and had a meeting with him, and he told me that there's nothing else that he can do unless the Commissioner's Court do approve more budget for him to have more staff. It is crazy to have to go through a 2-hour waiting for a clerk to help you out, regardless if it's a regular customer or if we as dealers walk in our transactions. And I was advised by Mr. Gonzalez to address my issue to the Commissioner's Court to see if he could get more help. So that's why I wanted to voice out my opinion and see if you guys could help us out.
Thank you very much. And Betsy, you'll follow up on that, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Lozoya. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day as well. Caesar?
Were we able to get Mr. Mayo online? No? Okay. That concludes regular public comment at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Item number 7A, presentations. Receive a presentation recognizing El Paso County as the Leading the Way Platinum Award recipient for the Aetna Wellbeing Award Program.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning, Sam.
Sam Trujillo. I'm the Deputy Human Resources Officer for the Human Resources Department. And it is my privilege today to help recognize some hardworking and dedicated county employees and some other individuals whose efforts have led to a very prestigious award. It's a wellness award that we are going to have presented today to the court by Aetna's team. And here joining us today is Aetna's Director of Account Management, Melissa Lopez, the Account Director, Michael Garza, John Herwagen, the Vice President of Sales, and the Account Manager, Gabby Zuniga. But before we start, I'd also like to recognize a couple of people that have joined us today, including Mr. James Quilty, right here behind me, who is the chairman of the county's risk pool board, which has reviewed and funded and supported the wellness program. And I'd also like to point out Marcella Van Hoeve, who is a board member of the risk pool board, who's in the audience, back here hiding behind the podium, I think. And she's also very instrumental in our wellness program. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Berenice Acosta, who has taken the lead role on our wellness program from the HR department and has done an outstanding job in the success of this overall program. So just a couple of quick comments. The county's wellness program is only a few years old, and it was developed to address what we saw as a major gap in our medical plan. So over the years, our benefits and wellness teams have worked to improve the medical plan We added, as the commissioners know, through various budget hearings that we've had, we've added some new plan options. We developed special programs. We made some major pharmacy changes, and we made some major network changes in our overall operations. However, we still felt there were some key elements that were missing that would empower our employees to take control of their own health. And we started focusing on some programs that dealt with that particular issue. As a result, our staff developed what we call the county's Strategic Employee Health and Wellness Plan, along with the hiring of a wellness coordinator, Mr. Sabian Solis, who's also here with us today, and the wellness specialist, Ms. Ruby Munoz. So the success of the program is the result of the continued support, commitment, and vision of the Commissioners Court. This is not over just one year time period. This is over several years where we've discussed the vision and potential options moving forward. We had significant work done by the Risk Pool Board and, of course, support from our county administration. So today we have prepared a short presentation on our wellness program, but instead of hearing this directly from me, what I'd like to do is have you hear it directly from our staff, who has worked on this each and every day and has been very successful on this program. I know you've seen a few things, we've presented a few things, we've opened up the fitness center, but there's a lot more to this program that we have not shown we'd like to bring to your attention today. So first I'd like to recognize our Risk Pool Board Chairman, and then I'll call up our wellness team.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Judge Samaniego, Commissioners Court, I like to lead my life with an attitude of gratitude, and I'm very thankful for today, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be able to be a part of the Risk Pool Board. The real heroes behind this Risk Pool Board are this group standing behind me. It's the Human Resources Department for the El Paso County, and they are truly, it's undersung, and they do an incredible job, to include but not limited to all the work they did with the wellness program. And so my hat is off to them for doing all the hard labor and allowing us the opportunity to help to manage and be just a small part of the wellness and the well-being of all of the county employees and their health. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And Sam, I just want to thank you as well. I know you're behind a lot of these initiatives, but one of the things that makes it really good for us as a county is not to promote something that we're not doing ourselves. And we've always said that as Commissioners Court that we should be doing whatever it is that we would love to have our community do, that we do it internally. And HR, Sam, and you've done a great job of role modeling the importance of wellness, not only for ourselves, but so the rest of the community. Because I'm going to always say this, the first line of defense for the virus was being in good health. That was the first line of defense. And once you get that taken care of, then things are a lot better than if you're not healthy. So in the county, we recognize, 98% of people that died, unfortunately, those souls were underlying conditions. And when you have underlying conditions, you're more vulnerable. So we thank you coming out of the pandemic that we have to really stress the importance of wellness, but we have to do it internally before we promote it with the rest of the county. Thank you, Sam.
Absolutely, Judge, and thank you for those comments. It's something that we really take to heart when we're trying to develop these programs. So without further ado, I'd like to call up Mr. Sabian Solis, who is the county's wellness coordinator, and we have a short presentation and a short video to provide to the Commissioners Court today.
Welcome, Fabian. We know him well.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Sabian Solis, Wellness Coordinator with the Human Resources Department. As Sam mentioned, we're missing key elements that would empower our employees to take control over their health. Therefore, the county's wellness mission was created with having impactful change in mind. The wellness program has provided resources and services to our employees to empower their ability to adopt healthier lifestyles, prior to the pandemic, during the pandemic, and post-pandemic. It is through our persistence and teamwork and passion that we're able to impact and change employees' lives and create a more productive and engaging workforce while achieving healthcare savings. So the range of strategies is the list before you is the range of strategies that highlights our wellness program, and I'll be going over a few. The first being our Employee Fitness and Wellness Center. We began with 220 memberships, and since then, we have grown to over 330 memberships. Our equipment offered to employees has also expanded in areas of exercise machines, cardio equipment, and weights. It is our pleasure and honor to see employees come into the facility each day working towards a better version of themselves. Next, our nutrition education and coaching provides employees the resources to lead, learn, and grow in adopting healthier lifestyles. Under our wellness and education section, we broaden our trainings to include the topics that will help employees with exercise literacy, rest and recovery, and topics that affect our employees in ways such as mental health. And lastly, disease management. It is through the data that we collect that we can target prevalent diseases affecting our employees. We combine preventative measures such as education and trainings with active measures such as our Fitness and Wellness Center to be able to decrease the diseases affecting our population. We see change, we see transformation, we answer questions, and together we are thriving. With that, I will now hand over the presentation to our wellness specialist, Ms. Ruby Munoz, who will be going over our Employee Fitness and Wellness Center in more detail.
Thank you, Phoebe. Ruby, welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Ruby Munoz, the Wellness Specialist with the County of El Paso Human Resources Department. On September 29, 2021, we officially opened the Fitness and Wellness Center at the lower level of the county courthouse for our county employees to later include non-county employees who are housed in county facilities. Since then, the Fitness and Wellness Center has been thriving. It has positively impacted the wellness program by providing our employees with several options to better their overall health. The St. Louis Business Journal wrote an article stating that by creating a wellness or fitness center in the workplace, employees can lower their healthcare costs, absenteeism, and stress at work, while at the same time increasing productivity, morale, and time utilization. While this is still one of our priorities, we continue to improve our wellness program year after year based on employee feedback. Before we show you the video highlighting our wellness program, I'd like to share some feedback that we have received from our employees regarding the wellness program. This comment was gathered from a review of our health fair. The employee stated, "It was awesome. I enjoyed all the information that was provided." This comment was gathered from a review of our wellness screening event. The employee stated, "I am so grateful for this. It will help reduce my cost of insurance as I get healthier, thus saving the county. A win-win." This comment was gathered from our health risk assessment. The employee stated, "My favorite part is knowing that someone cares about your health." This next comment was gathered from a review of the Fitness and Wellness Center. The employee stated, "I'm excited for the new equipment that is being delivered today. I just need to learn to use this equipment, but little by little I'm learning. I love it." This last comment was gathered from a review of our wellness screening events. The employee stated, "I think this is great, and you're doing everything to help keep us healthy." These are just a few comments made from our employees regarding the wellness program. In addition, within the last year, we have become mobile by hosting departmental wellness stretch breaks, wellness screening events, health fairs, and personal training, just to name a few. Although our goal is to improve health overall at the county, we enjoy the smiles on our employees' faces when they see changes, incentives, and events made just for them. With that, I would now like to play the video highlighting our wellness program. now like to hand over the presentation to our Aetna team, who will be going over the Aetna Wellness Award Program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I would like to take just a couple minutes to share with you the ins and outs of winning this particular award that the County of El Paso won. There's an actual application that our customers, county being one of these customers, actually submits. It is a lengthy and very detailed application. I would like to give kudos to Sabian and Ruby, who detailed the intricacies of the wellness program that they have that got them a platinum level award, which we'll be able to present here in just a second. The combination of total points came from multiple choice answers, open-ended questions. There's a very specific portion of the award that looks at surveys going out to the employees. The County of El Paso does a great job, of listening to what the employees say, right? You want to have a wellness program, but it's going to do you and your membership no good if you never listen to what they have to say. So getting the feedback from their employees off of the surveys that they send out is always key, and it's always for the betterment of their program. The county won a award of the county score was 140 points out of 150, which won them not the highest level that they were expecting, which was gold, but a new level this particular year was introduced, which is the platinum level, and this is the award that the County of El Paso won. There was a total of 92 companies that submitted an application. You can see up on your screen that 16 of those companies won a bronze award, 21 of them won a silver award, 42 winning gold, and only a small number, 13, winning actual platinum for their companies, based again on that particular wellness program that the employer has. To echo a little bit what Sam was saying is that the wellness program is not just a push towards going to the gym, right? The fitness center that the County of El Paso implemented with the employees is top-notch. It's fabulous. We were able to tour it last year. Earlier this year, and it's neat, it's fabulous, but it goes above and beyond going out to the gym and working out, right? It's eating healthy, and it's taking care of people on a mental level. It's taking care of them from the inside out. The county and the wellness team have done a great job in not only giving them a platform and a location for the employees to actually exercise, but offering them programs to better their health, whether it's program related to diabetes, whether it's programs related to high cholesterol, anything and everything that they can do to better the health of their employees, they have done, and that's all part of the wellness program that they have. There is a flyer that was part of the material that was shared with the county with respects to announcing all of this to the entire city of El Paso and county of El Paso. The wellness team, normally Sabian and Ruby, actually get the communication. I believe you guys post them out on screens such like this. So there's a flyer that you guys have that on a personal level, I encourage you to post that flyer everywhere. Let everybody know, not just us here today, not just the spectators that came today, but let the community know what you guys are doing. Yes, I work for Aetna, which is, I think our headquarters are in Connecticut, but I'm a local El Paso, right? I was born and raised in El Paso. So their wellness program impacts me at some level because it impacts your employees, which then impacts the spouses of the employees, and then the neighbors of those family members, and it trickles down through our community. So the wellness program might not know it, but they're doing more for this community than they think they are just by implementing this particular program that they have. We actually provided the County of El Paso an award last year. So this is not their first time receiving their award. They're already familiar with the application process, and they're already familiar with knowing what it takes and doing what it takes to win this. And they're not in it to win awards, but this is a great testament to what they're doing for yourself and for all the employees of the city of El Paso. I would like to introduce Michael Garza, our account executive, to give you a big, big congratulations on the newest level available to you, which is our Platinum Award.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. On behalf of the Aetna account team and Aetna senior leadership, we want to again say congratulations on earning this award. The County of El Paso is one of our top plan sponsors as it relates to achieving excellence in employee wellness and engagement. So job well done. we'd like to hand you this.
No, just a few words, and the commissioners might, we always talk about the importance of, our fiduciary responsibility of utilizing the taxpayer money properly. And one of them is that if you have healthy employees, less claims, they get healthier, and so much goes into this. So, and like I said earlier, that we become a role model. And also one of the collateral things that we've done, our master park plan, is actually, part of this idea that we were never, the outdoors was never taken away from us. And so this is not only for our employees, but you have a lot of trails now, you have Escárate Park, and everything that's happening there is based on the same idea of wellness, not only for our employees, but for the community. So we're very proud of Fabian and Ruby and the HR team, just an incredible job. Very excited about doing this, and it's always such a great honor to be recognized at this level. So we thank you for that recognition. So I don't know if any commissioners, any comments on that you might have? If not, we'll accept the award. Thank you.
Awesome.
Item number 7B, receive a
Excuse me,
presentation and discuss.
Caesar?
Mr.
Yeah.
Navajo, Judge?
Yes, we're going to take up item 8, but Christina, you want to make some comments?
Sure. So for item 8, if we can read that into the record first, Judge?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 8 from the regular agenda, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the approval of an order authorizing the issuance of El Paso County Hospital District combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation in one or more series, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such certificates and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including the delegation of matters relating to the sale and issuance of these certificates to an authorized district official within certain specified parameters.
Judge, good morning. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. We have, just to lay it out, we have our county clerk here, Ms. Delia Briones. Judge, I believe earlier you had mentioned after that public speaker had discussed with the court, your preference was to go ahead and read this item and then, of course, to receive the public statement by our county clerk. Judge, it's also my understanding that our office would like to recommend that the court do go into executive session. So at that time, after the clerk has read her item for the public, we can go ahead and do that, sir. And then, of course, we could come back into open if that's the way you would like to continue to do that, Judge.
I would appreciate, and we thank that Mrs. Briones is here today and being able to address, what happened since Friday, and so we thank you for being here. Thank you.
And just to get everybody up to speed, the county clerk is the individual, the elected official that would be the person per statute that is required to accept any petitions regarding certificates of obligation that would have been received. It is my understanding that a petition was received, and so I'll go ahead and turn over to Ms. Briones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Briones.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Delia Briones, El Paso County Clerk. And for a little clarification for the public that is here, I'd like to say what transpired. As of close on business day, Friday, September 9th, the county clerks received 3 petitions. Two of the petitions received did not meet the minimum threshold of signatures to be counted. Petition 1 received Friday at 2:41. Petition 2 received Friday at 3:54, and the third petition was received at 4:49. All three petitions were received on Friday, September 9th, 2022, at the county clerk's office located at 500 East San Antonio, Suite 105. After receiving three petitions, we transported them to be kept at the county clerk's records management office, which is at 800 East Overland, room 330. We are storing the petitions in our warehouse vault at that room 330. Petition 1 was over 12,000 pages received. Petition 2 was 3 pages received. Petition 3 was 5 pages received. Petition 1 was over 36,000 signatures received. Petition 2 was 14 signatures received, and petition 3 was 34 signatures received. My office has been in contact with Lisa Weiss, the elections administrator, who has agreed to assist us with this verification process. Based on our previous discussion with Ms. Weiss, it's estimated that roughly 200 signatures may be verified a day. However, that's subject to change once we begin that verification process. So we had just counted the pages and the signatures, just the first step. But next is the verification of the actual signatures. Judge?
Well, we thank you for that, and the intent, obviously, the objective is to be as transparent as possible, so that we wanted to make sure you understood where we were in the process, and so thank you for doing that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And I
Mrs.
hope that
Brunas.
was clear.
Hopefully it will be. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Judge, at this time, would you like to recess into executive session?
Yes, and one of the reasons, so that doesn't seem mysterious that we're going into executive or anything, is that we need to understand the options and vet them properly so that when we come out, we could be clear about the situation and give you as much information as possible. But obviously, being a government, we need to make sure that everything's legal and it's been looked at by our county attorney. So we thank you for your patience, but I think it's the best step now is to go into executive, and then we'll come out and we'll be able to give you some information on that. Thank
And
you.
at that time, Judge, will you also be taking, there are individuals signed up for public comment. Is the plan still for you to take that public comment at that time?
And that's
Okay.
correct, and that was the reason. When we come out, we'll be able to give you the right explanations, and if there's still a need for public comments, you're very welcome. If we clarify the need not to have public comments based on the information you receive, that's welcome as well. So the idea is to be able to have everybody on the same sheet of music here. So thank you. And we'll be right back.
So Judge, if I can please read it in, then it will be pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, receive legal advice and consultation regarding the approval of an order authorizing the issuance of El Paso County Hospital District Combination Tax and Revenue COs in one or more series, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such certificates, and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including the delegation of matters relating to the sale and the issuance of the certificates to an authorized district official with certain specified parameters. And so we do need a motion and a second and a vote to go into executive. Thank
So
you.
moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0.
Aye.
Could you please turn on your camera, Commissioner?
I'm sorry.
I did hear aye. Yeah.
But his camera needs to be on.
Oh, the camera.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There you are.
My vote's aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss item number 8 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
To ask everyone to please leave the chambers right now. As soon as we go into open, we'll make that announcement as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all-skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains, so they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, and because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptied out, and you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming up from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people.
Go ahead, Cesar.
After lunch, At 1:30, I guess we would say.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the approval of an order authorizing the issuance of El Paso County Hospital District combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation in one or more series, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such certificates and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including the delegation of matters relating to the sale and issuance of the certificates to an authorized district official within certain specified parameters.
Okay.
The item's been read in, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just one, I will be recommending that we postpone the vote and let the process continue. And so you'll have an opportunity to either have public comment today or wait for October 3rd, which will be the next time that we would be available to take the vote. But by that time, we'll be able to understand if it was valid or not valid and be vetted completely. So you're, like I said, you're very welcome to either comment today on public comment, or you could wait for October 3rd, because at that time we would be taking action. At this time, the only action would be postponing. But I did want to, because of the timing, we will be taking a break at 1 o'clock from 1 to 1:30. Public comment, if you have public comments, it'll be after 1:30. And I would love for Erica to give us a summary of the options and some of the things that we discussed during executive session. So, Erica, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Judge.
Please.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Erica Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. So we put together just a mini presentation to walk the court and for the benefit of the public through the process of what can happen today and what this means. That the clerk announced that there was a petition filed on Friday. So I, along with Assistant County Attorney Evet Uguez, will just summarize that for, again, the court and for the benefit of the public. So what we'll talk about today is what action the court can take today. what happens during the petition verification process, and finally, what the court can do once the petition is confirmed to either be valid or not valid. So I will turn it over to Assistant County Attorney Ugas to talk about the verification process.
So good morning again, or good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners, Assistant County Attorney Yvette Ugas. So in regards to the petition itself, in order for it to actually be a valid petition, it must contain signatures of at least 5% of qualified voters. And so a qualified voter essentially means a registered voter in the County of El Paso, and it must have been received by the county clerk by September 12th. And that was set by your designation of potentially taking vote today, but of course we all know that the clerk did receive 3 separate petitions on September 9th. So in regards to the time frame, that would be sufficient. The signature requirements, in order for the signature to be a valid signature to go towards that 5%, the signer must sign the signer's handwriting must actually be on the signature itself, meaning it must be a wet signature. So it can't be a photocopy, it can't be an electronic signature, it must be a wet signature. And that's the only requirement that requires the actual signer to be in its own handwriting. There are other additional requirements that are required to include the printed name, the date of birth, or the voter registration number, the resident address, the date of signature, and it must also comply with other applicable law. These bullet points underneath on that second point can be filled out by another individual. It does not have to be filled out by the person signing it. Again, it just has to be the wet signature. And so the county clerk is responsible for verifying that these signatures are in fact good signatures that would make the petition valid. And so as a county clerk, she does have the discretion to develop a reasonable process and time frame by which to verify that petition. And so one thing to keep in mind is that one bad signature does not invalidate the petition, as long as they meet that minimum threshold. From what I recall, on Friday, there was about 503,268 signatures, I believe. So in order for the petition itself to be valid, they would require about 25,164, if I'm not mistaken.
And just to clarify, that 500,000 number that you referenced are the registered voters in El Paso County?
Correct.
Okay.
For Friday, when the petition was actually received by the clerk. And so roughly about 25,164, if I'm not mistaken, signatures must be valid or verified in order for the petition itself to be a valid petition. And just other things to keep in mind is that the petition signature is invalid if it's 180 days before the submission of the petition. So if there's any signatures that contain a date of prior to March 13th of this year, then it would be an invalid signature.
Thank you, Yvette.
So we wanted to clarify, because the court did issue its notice of intent to issue the certificates of obligation at this meeting. The reason that we're saying that the court cannot approve the certificates of obligation again today is because we did receive that petition. Although the clerk still has to go through the verification process, the court is not authorized to issue the certificates of obligation today for that reason. So we don't know, again, she'll go through the process. It could potentially be verified to be a valid petition, or it could be deemed to be an invalid petition, and I'll walk through that. But essentially, as we mentioned, the court has the option to really postpone the action today to a future meeting. The soonest would be your regular meeting on Monday, October 3rd, as the judge mentioned. On October 3rd, because the petition, again, has been received, in the scenario that the clerk identifies that this is an invalid petition, it did not meet the 5% required valid signatures, then the court has the option then on October 3rd to approve the issuance of the certificates of obligation or to deny the issuance of the certificates of obligation. That's if the petition is deemed to be invalid. On October 3rd, if the petition is deemed to be valid, the clerk identifies that this is a valid petition, it did meet that 5% threshold that's required, then the court cannot issue the certificates of obligation without it going to an election. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica.
Can I just
Commissioner
request
Stout.
that petition be put on the backup, just in case anybody in the public wants to come back to it in the future? Is that possible?
A blank copy of the petition?
No, just a copy of this presentation
Oh,
be
sure.
placed on the backup.
Yes, of
Yes,
course.
sir.
Thank you.
So just to be clear for us as well, the signatures, right now, they're going to be taken at face value, which does not allow us to vote. We'll wait, and if it's valid, then obviously it's no longer in our hands. And if it's invalid, then we're right back to square one where we would vote to see whether we go for a certificate of obligation or not go towards a certificate of obligation. So like I said, we're going to take a break, and we're going to, at 1:30, we'll start public comments. But like I said, you're either welcome today or welcome on October the 3rd to come back at the time that we would be taking action, depending on whether it's valid or not valid. So are we pretty clear? So?
And the vote to actually postpone the item until October 3rd, should we do that now, or would we do that when we
I
come
think
back?
my recommendation would be, you would do that after
After
public
public
comment.
comment.
Yes, so we leave this item open. So if the idea is to recess for the 30 minutes, that way you can just come back up and take that public comment when we
Okay.
return.
So like I said, we're welcome to come back at 1:30. We're taking a break at this time.
Okay. Commissioners' Court is in recess until 1:30 p.m.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
They're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Gray Woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptying them, and you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We are on item number 8.
Caesar, we're going to do a resolution first.
Oh.
The one that had to be done after 12.
Okay, yeah,
So
just
that'll
one
go
second, sir.
quickly, and then I'm going to have Jacob Cintron do the presentation, and then we'll have public comments.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, so if you could read in the resolution, please.
Taking up addendum item number 21. Approve and adopt a resolution proclaiming September 12th through the 18th, 2022 as 915 week in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, thank you, and I'm very privileged. We have one more resolution that was pending, and this one is very, very important as well. I had the opportunity at the very beginning of becoming county judge. I went to Detroit, where they celebrate, they have a homecoming, and everybody that has left their town, it's actually called, what is it, Gracie?
An expat.
An expat, but they're in Detroit, they call it, about making, remembering the city that made you great, was their logo. And so we got very excited about getting there's so many people that leave El Paso, that you can't imagine. We try to keep them as many as we can, and we fight for that because we don't want to lose our children that go off and have to go somewhere because they don't have options. But we also learned that when they do leave, that they can still be a big part of El Paso. They could mentor, they can, invest in our community, they can be great ambassadors for us. As we know, throughout the country, people have different impressions of who we are, and some are stereotypes that don't exist, that don't belong in anybody's narratives. So we could have all of these ambassadors throughout the U.S., really pushing hard for El Paso. So it's a great organization, Progress 321, and I thank Grace Viramontes, who is the president, but I'd like to read the resolution in the record, and then we'll have some comments. So I'll do that at this time. Whereas Progress 321 is a group of purpose-driven professionals dedicated to making the region the best place to live, work, and create. And whereas we empower and connect professionals across sectors, disciplines, generations, and cultures, we bring together emerging leaders with established trailblazers, foster meaningful, actionable progress in our region. Whereas 915 Week is an initiative by Progress 321 to reach out to El Pasoans to encourage them to show their pride for our community, join us September the 12th through the 18th to celebrate our region with various events throughout the region. Whereas El Paso Everywhere is a 3-day conference dedicated to celebrating our community, we proudly invite El Pasoans abroad to come back and experience the people and projects actively transforming our region. We challenge them to give back to the city that made them by creating or participating in give back projects that will continue to progress our region. Launched in 2019, El Paso Everywhere showcases the unique culture of 3 states, 2 countries, and 1 beautiful region. Whereas launched in 2017, One Region, One Table showcases the unique culinary culture of 3 states, 2 counties, and 1 beautiful region throughout an elevated multi-course dinner event, complete with a cocktail hour, live entertainment, and a sommelier's choice wine pairings. Now therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby proclaim September the 12th through the 18th, 2022 as 915 Week, signed this 12th day of September 2022.
Second?
Thank
you. We still got to vote.
Well, we'll vote and then you can yay again.
Oh, yeah. I jumped in.
Okay. Commissioner Holguín is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Would you please turn your camera on, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you are.
Aye.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, one more.
Yay!
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Grace.
thank you very much for the opportunity in promoting 915 Week. We have worked really, really hard to produce these series of events, and we invite everyone here also to go to 915week.com, progress321.org, to learn more as how you can be full of El Paso pride, because each and every one of us have El Paso pride. And I quickly just want to introduce Ivan Chavarria, Carlos Sanchez, and Stephanie Hernandez.
Stephanie?
Ivan is the chair of El Paso 915 Week. He's worked tremendously hard on this. And Carlos and Stephanie are the chairs for El Paso Everywhere, which is the Expat Connect. I know Commissioner Stout is also very involved, so thank you guys so much. We as a nonprofit organization and volunteers can't do this by ourselves, so having you, Judge Samaniego, and the Commissioner's Court supporting these initiatives to really progress our region is really important, and so thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And you know, when we talk about that they don't leave, one of the best ways to do that is for people that have left to be excited about our community. So it's been a great initiative, and I look forward that, you know, more of you. You know, we have, they have a great membership, and I hope that you support and become part of the membership and be part of the initiative. So once again, we thank you. This is going to be a great initiative. And we'll participate. I know the commissioners will be very supportive and be helping you throughout the week.
Thank you, and we got a little swag for you guys. We encourage you to wear this on Thursday for 915 Day. Commissioner Robinson, we got a shirt for you as well.
Thank you very much.
And we encourage everyone here, from the media to just everyone. Thursday, we hope that you can promote 915 Day, part of 915 Week, by just using your social media platform to promote El Paso Pride. So thank you so much.
And we brought this audience just for you guys, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a picture. Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your patience, and we're ready to go.
Back to go. All right. Item number 8 from the regular agenda, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the approval of an order authorizing the issuance of El Paso County Hospital District combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation in one or more series, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such certificates, and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including the delegation of matters relating to the sale and issuance of the certificates to an authorized district official within certain specified parameters.
Welcome, Jacob.
Here it is. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Jacob Cinthron, President and CEO of the El Paso Hospital District. First and foremost, we appreciate the opportunity to be back at Commissioner's Court. We have been talking to various groups at public events from one county line to the other county line, over 70 events that we've met with groups of people to be able to talk about our bond and what it means to us and why it's so important for our community. And it was a great opportunity for us to not only share that information, but to also hear from the community. And so we're going to be doing our abridged presentation that we'd like you to hear, and then some speakers as well. We're going to have John Law, who's our Chief Strategic Officer, and Michael Nunez, our Chief Financial Officer, review an abbreviated presentation. And then we're going to have our Board Chair, Henry Gallardo, speak, as well as our Chief of Staff, Dr. Salvador Cruz Flores, who's also our Chief of Neurology, Dr. Alan Tyrock, who's our past Chief of Staff and is the Chief for Surgery as well as Trauma. And then I'll close with a few comments.
Thank you.
With that, I'll pass it to John.
Thank you, Jacob. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for making time for us. John Law, I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for UMC. What I'm going to walk through is an abridged version of the presentation we've been doing in the community. And essentially what we're showing is what are the buckets of projects that would be part of the certificate of obligation. There's 5 different buckets, and I'll walk through each of them just to make sure you're aware of what's included. The first grouping is our critical care beds, and we have essentially 60 critical care beds at UMC right now. This morning we had 76 patients that needed to be in those 60 beds. Going back at least 2 months, we've had more than 65 patients that needed to be in those 60 beds. This shows you the projects that would allow us to add 23 more ICU beds. One of the things that we want to be aware of is that by adding this space, we're not just supporting University Medical Center and our own patients, we're really supporting the region. Of course, you're aware that we're a level 1 trauma center, and 47% of the traumas that we receive are actually sent to us from other hospitals seeking the higher level of care that is at UMC. And so by making sure we have space for these patients, that's a benefit not just to us, but to the whole region when it comes to trauma patients. The second bucket of projects is in our surgical capacity. Similar to our ICU beds, we're having challenges with our operating rooms. What we've proposed is to add 9 operating rooms to address this problem. One of those operating rooms would be a burn surgery operating room. And part of our strategic plan is to become a accredited burn center. Dr. Tyrock, who's here, has done a lot of work on this. And by having a burn-specific OR, this would be one of the tools we would need to build out the burn burn program itself. Burn surgery operating rooms are typically kept at a higher temperature for the patients because their body temperature is fragile and they need to be in a warmer environment. The other key piece of this is an ambulatory surgical center, which would allow us to have 6 operating rooms and 2 procedure rooms. One of the areas where we're having a lot of challenges in our outpatient surgeries. About 25% of our surgical minutes outpatient are being done after hours or on the weekend. So an ambulatory surgical center in particular would be a really helpful place to be able to do a lot of those cases. The third bucket of projects is a clinic that would be in the neighborhood around University Medical Center. This clinic would be similar to our East and West clinic. It would be a very similar design. The other key piece is that we would add an urgent care center at this location. If you look at the map on the slides, the yellow line, which is I-10, and then the parallel line, which is sort of southwest of it, is the border. And you can see that whole corridor there does not have any urgent care centers in that area. And so we would be adding an urgent care center that would really be a good place for people to go if they don't really need an emergency department, but need some type of care after hours. The fourth bucket of projects is tied to El Paso Children's, and it would involve expanding out their inpatient capacity by adding 26 beds. The emergency department at El Paso Children's is very undersized for the volume they're seeing, so this would allow that emergency department would be expanded, and then also adding a cath lab specifically for pediatric cardiology that would serve an emerging sort of service that El Paso Children's is providing. And then the fourth bucket is a comprehensive cancer center. as I'm sure you're aware, as we've been having these presentations, it's always impresses on me the number of individuals I learn that are getting cancer care outside the community, whether they're going to Phoenix or they're going to Houston. And part of this is that cancer care in our community is somewhat fragmented. The vision here would be to provide a comprehensive cancer center where all care could be provided at one location, and also the research and the clinical trial opportunities would be available. This would be a strong partnership with our colleagues at Texas Tech, and that would be an element that would make this cancer center fully robust. There's some other projects, imaging equipment. We have one MRI in the hospital that works 24 hours, 7 days a week, and as a result, many of our inpatients are actually getting their images in the middle of the night, which is not an ideal situation. These funds would allow us to replace the current MRI and add a second one to kind of mitigate that problem. Information technology is an increasing cost in our industry, and it's tied to all the projects that have been proposed. And then there are funds specifically for land acquisition that would allow us to build out the projects that have been proposed here. I'm going to step aside for a second and let our CFO, Michael Nunez, talk about the financing. Oh, there you are.
Yes. Good job. Yes, good afternoon. Michael Nunez, Hospital District Chief Financial Officer. I'll be going over, John just went over through what the ask is. I'll be going over in terms of what we're estimating what the cost is going to be. Now, keep in mind, these costs are right now for every $100,000 of taxable valuation. And again, one thing to note, or a couple of things to note, is that appraised or market value is different than taxable valuation. Taxable valuation on average in El Paso County is about 85% of your appraised market value. Also, if this certificate obligation were to be approved, we probably will not go to market until about maybe November of 2022 at the earliest. So any property tax impact would take place October 1 of 2023, which is about 14 months from now. Secondly, or last, in terms of the way that the bond is structured, there are two components of it. One is equipment, which has a 10-year payback, and then the second part is a brick and mortars, which has a 25-year payback. So with that said, for the first 10 years beginning in 2023 to 2032, for every $100,000 of taxable valuation, the annual cost would be about $52 or about $4.32 a month. Then after the equipment is paid off, after 10 years beginning in 2033 to 2047, the annual cost of this certificate obligation would be about $26 or about $2.17 a month. One of the items that we've been tracking ever since June has been interest rates, and we all know that we are in an interest rate rising environment. We're also inflationary period. Next week, the Federal Reserve Board is going to be meeting next Wednesday and Thursday, and what was initially thought earlier that perhaps that they were going to raise interest rates by at least half of 1% or 50 basis points, there's a lot of discussion that perhaps it'll be another 3/4 of 1%. Or 75 basis points, simply because the Federal Reserve Board wants to, quote unquote, stay the course and combat annual inflation. Annual inflation right now is about 8 to 9%. They would like to bring that down to about closer to 2 or 3%. So with that said, any delay or any later issuance of a bond issue will be costing more. So currently right now, the estimates between an October or November of 2022 a bond issue versus next summer. Currently right now is, no, this was as about 2 or 3 weeks ago, this was $33 million. As of last Thursday, that had climbed a little bit to about $36 million. And in fact, over the last 2 weeks, the actual interest rate would have increased. 2 weeks ago was about 4.5% overall average with an October-November issue. Now we are projecting it would be about 5%. Next, there we go. Next slide. In looking at the pro formas, now here is a summary of all of the projects put together. Looking at it, we have a subtotal for the UMC projects, the El Paso Children's Hospital project, and the Comprehensive Cancer Center. And you'll see there's a 5-year pro forma, 5-year projection, ranging from the first year of when all these projects are put together, about $7.8 million, and then probably to year 5 about $8.8 million in terms of their incremental margin to the bottom line. Now with this, we also want to note that we are asking for the capital component we are not going, we're not asking for any type of maintenance and operations increase to operate these projects in future years. And one item that we're looking at here in terms of the property tax rate, I do have here for the last 3 years, the 5 taxing entities, El Paso Community College, UMC, El Paso County, the County of El Paso, and the school district. You'll see that UMC is about 8.6% of the, about 8% of the overall tax bill. One of the items in terms of, some of the petition groups that have been going around and saying that the people's overall property tax increase would increase about 22%. Now, the UMC portion would increase about 22%, but since we are only 8% of the tax bill, the overall increase would be about 1.8% or less than 2%. But you'll see here, UMC in 2020, our tax rate for every $100 valuation, 26.8 cents. The current year that we are in, that ends September 30th, we did go with a no new revenue rate that decreased the tax rate to 25.8 cents. And for the next year that begins October 1 of 2022, we also adopted the no new revenue rate. We're decreasing the tax rate by another 2.3 cents down to 23.5 cents. So an overall tax rate decrease of about 12% over the last 2 years. And one final item here, this is looking at last year's in terms of total taxing entities here in El Paso County. There are 39 taxing entities. UMC is about 30th. We had seen some reports or some comments also being made that with his bond issue, UMC would also become one of the highest taxing entities in the state. As you can see here, even with this bond issue, we would still remain approximately 30th in El Paso County. I'll turn it over back to John.
Beyond the health benefits of these projects, we also anticipate economic benefits to the community's economic development. Our analysis shows that we'll add about 400 jobs, and at our hourly rate with our benefits, we'll come out to about a $31 million infusion into the economy. And again, like Michael said, we won't be looking for M&O tax increase specifically for these positions. We'll also be creating about 850 construction jobs. The projects can be broken into parts such that while we'll still go through our normal procurement process, local contractors should be competitive and be able to get this work. When we met with you back in, I guess it was in June, you had asked about our community outreach. This map shows you we essentially did about 72 different meetings with community members. Some of these were open meetings for the public. Some of them were with specific organizations that were happy to meet with us. And you can see all of the little flags on the map are all of the places that we were able to visit. As Jacob mentioned, it was a really good opportunity for us to not only share these projects with the community, but also to get feedback on our services and what we're doing from community members. I think one more thing I just want to note in general is we were able to meet with people that are in agreement with the certificate of obligation and people that were in opposition, and almost across the board, the civility that I think was given by our community is really a testament to the type of community we live in. I don't think that you often see that civility in other communities these days. This is just some images of the community outreach. On average, we had about 20 attendees at each of these different events. And you can see some of the different venues we were at. This slide here shows you a summary of our different outreach efforts. A couple things I'll highlight for you. The online presentation we put together, which essentially was the longer version of this presentation, was viewed between our website and YouTube. I think it's now over 40,000 times, so that video was really viewed by a lot of individuals. You can see some of the educational pieces we did in print ads, in social media. In particularly, we were doing a lot of communication specific to the assertion that the taxes would go up 22%, and we wanted to clarify that for the public, that overall your taxes would go up 2%. And then you can see other outreach that we did. So overall, we estimate about a 1.5 million sort of views or touch with our different forms of communication. This here is the left side of this is a visual from the website we set up, capacityforcare.com. On the right side, you can see a pamphlet that we took to all of our public meetings. This is the Spanish translation, obviously. And so with that, I'm going to step aside, and our board chair, Henry Gallardo, is going to say a few words.
John. Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. Thank you for the time to be here with you. I want to share just some comments with you and some thoughts. I'm here today really to thank you for considering this Capacity for Care bond initiative. The strategic planning process for the Board of Managers and the executive team began in 2018, and it included not only our own data, but the engagement of a national healthcare consultant, HALSA Advisors, to present a long-term capacity and needs study. Many of the UMC capacity challenges were apparent before the pandemic. For example, in 2019, our cardiac ICU did not have an available bed 25% of the time, and the neuro ICU did not have an open bed 40% of the time. Since then, the challenge has only increased. As John mentioned, we've consistently had more than 70 critical care patients for the 60 existing critical beds over the last couple of months. With the population growth and aging, our consultants tell us that this bed crunch will only continue to exacerbate. As your appointees, we've done our due diligence and proposed these projects as critical capacity needs for the hospital district. We've met with our consultants on several occasions to discuss the needs before the Board of Managers unanimously voted for this request. I recognize that as elected officials, you should not take any tax increase lightly. I am proud that the UMC Board of Managers approved the no new revenue property tax for the last 2 years, with, of course, your approval. This has resulted in the lowering of the tax rate for our taxpayers, and we feel that this, in addition to the decisions that we have made, reflect the mindfulness of the impact on the taxpayer. I am proud of the hospital district's work for all El Pasoans needing care. Our doctors, nurses, and all the employees of the district have served the community in very difficult times over the last 107 years. Their service has recently included exceptional responsiveness to the tragedies of August the 3rd and to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are a part of this community. And for all the citizens of the El Paso County, this is our hospital district. This investment is a necessary expansion of the UMC and the El Paso Children's Hospital capacity, an expansion that will allow us to continue to provide the level of service that we have for our citizens and will prepare our community hospitals for the next public health challenge. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this request. As you are aware, the success of the mission is closely tied to the relationship with our strategic partner, Texas Tech. I am proud to introduce Dr. Richard Lang, President of Texas Tech Health Science Service Center in El Paso and Dean of the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gallardo.
In the interest, finally, thank you, County Judge and County Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. In the interest of time, I have drafted a letter which we'll submit.
Thank you.
It's short, I'll read it in its entirety, but I'd like to reserve my personal comments for October 3rd, if that's okay with you all. This is Dear El Paso County Commissioner Court, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso, is pleased to support University Medical Center, El Paso's UMC Certificate of Obligation request. We believe this request is necessary to expand UMC's capacity needs and improve health care in the El Paso region. Specifically, the request will have a significant impact on our region by increasing the number of jobs in our community, boosting our local economy, and providing much-needed health care resources to support and treat our community members. As a local teaching institution, our campus mission has been dedicated to improving the lives of people in our community through excellence in integrated education, research, and patient care. The certificate of obligation request not only helps us to strengthen our mission, but it is also imperative for our academic growth. This request will help to attract specialists, residents, and students, which has been really quite challenging in our current healthcare environment. Furthermore, the Comprehensive Cancer Center in their certificate of obligation request will help to teach our students and bridge the gap in our community's cancer services. According to the National Cancer Institute, approximately 39.5% of men and women will be diagnosed with cancer at some point during their lifetime. And the Cancer Center is needed to help aid in diagnosis, treatment, and management of cancer in our community. In conclusion, we fully support UMC's certificate of obligation request, and we sincerely hope that the El Paso County Commissioners Court take this letter of support into consideration. It's signed by me on behalf of the institution, and there are 42 other physicians that have signed it just as I wrote it, and others that will be submitted. But I look forward to speaking from my heart on October 3rd. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Sal Cruz, who is currently the Chief of Staff at UMC, and also the Chair of our Neurology Department. Before I close, Judge Samaniego, I'm going to need your help a little bit later on. I appreciate that there were some kind and considerate words spoken earlier when I wasn't here. I was actually attending an ethics seminar that we put on at the university. Talked about corporate ethics and what our ethical responsibilities are as a corporation, as a medical center. And right when she got to the point where it says, and it's imperative that the leaders be ethical and buy on, that's when I received the notice that the hearing started and I had to walk out. So 125 people on my campus are wondering why, when they talked about ethics, I had to walk out of the meeting. So I may need your help explaining that prior to October 3rd. Thank you very much.
I'll send a letter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
And Judge Samaniego, commissioners, I'll give you some of my thoughts, and I'm going to read them because otherwise, but I like to thank you. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de venir a hablar ante ustedes y ante los representantes de la comunidad about this project. And so, I'm Salvador Cruz. I'm a Chief of Staff. I've been Chief of Staff at University Medical Center for the past 2 years. I'm also the Chair of Neurology at Texas Tech. I come to speak to you here representing both institutions and as a concerned citizen of this community in support of this petition. I came here about 9 years ago to try to make a difference. It was heartwarming to actually see the citizen and naturalization ceremony earlier today. That reminded me of mine 13 years ago. As an individual working at Texas Tech and collaborating with UMC, we have created a unique center to care for medical and surgical problems, including those neurological that I can tell you about: stroke, epilepsy, ALS, and headache, among others. In the process, UMC has become the only Joint Commission Comprehensive Stroke Center in the region. We have an amazing team of neurointerventionalists that can deliver care for stroke patients 24/7. We have the only neuroscience ICU staffed by neurointensivists that is open 24/7. We just recently opened an epilepsy monitoring unit and started the mobile stroke unit service some months ago. Some of you were there for the announcement. And that unit provides stroke care at the scene of the event and then delivers the patients to the closest, more appropriate hospital in town to care for them. UMC is also the only level 1 trauma center. We have a chest pain center, and we are also the level 4, the maximum level of mother-baby center and the region. UMC has, as you can see, become a leading institution for top-notch medical care. But UMC has not forgotten the mission, its mission, and as such, is also a place where the more vulnerable come for health care. I mean to say the very sick and those without the socioeconomic support or insurance. UMC was serving the community that horrible August 3rd of 2019. We served the community during the COVID pandemic. Along those lines, I must mention that UMC is the only, along with Children's, they both are not the only non-for-profit hospital in town and provide about, from what I've been told, over $200 million in uncompensated care. They are growing, El Paso is outgrowing the number of hospital beds it needs to care for its population. COVID showed us that, and now that COVID has waned, the growing need has continued with health problems other than COVID, stroke, surgical problems, chest pain, et cetera, et cetera. That has forced UMC to have to board, or that is to say house, patients needing ICU and the ED for long periods of time. Today, early this morning, there were 40 patients waiting to be admitted to the hospital. About 7 to 10 were waiting in an ICU bed. Any of us, or any of you, anybody here, in fact, would want to be in an ICU bed if that's what they needed to be cared for, rather than staying in the ED for long periods of time. We would want to have, we all would want to have our procedure or surgery in a timely fashion and not delay for the lack of beds. And that's often the case. And that's what is happening to our patients now. I'm going to quote you something that I read. Timothy Snyder wrote about our malady, what was happening in the US. America is supposed to be about freedom, but illness and fear render us less free. Health is our common vulnerability and our shared chance to grow freer together. Healing our malady would enrich life, extend liberty, allow us to pursue happiness, alone and together in solitude and in solidarity. To be free, we need our health, and for our health, we need one another. So if we are the community, the welcoming community, the humanitarian community that we are, we can demonstrate that by accepting and knowing that we need to do this. Yes, UMC has grown into an institution that provides the most advanced treatments in many areas, and that profile has increased the number of people with insurance that seek care there. But it continues to, with its function of actually care for those more vulnerable. But it continues to deliver that promise to provide for those more vulnerable. This petition to vote in favor of this certificate of obligation will allow UMC to continue to deliver on that promise. Nobody likes to see their tax increase. Heck, I don't want it. But the ask is minimal, and in the long run, I think it's less costly. I would submit to you that it will be more costly for this community, for each individual, not to be able to care for those that need care in the appropriate setting or space. In fact, the healthcare or the need for healthcare is one of the reasons families go into bankruptcy. UMC will put to good use that investment, and you and the whole community will be able to see it. Gandhi said that the true measure of a society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable. So the question is, before us, is how is it that we're going to respond to that? With this in mind, I really urge you to vote in favor. A strong UMC will maintain a strong El Paso. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Good to see you again. I'm the Chair of Surgery at Texas Tech. I'm the Chief of Surgery at UMC. I'm the Trauma Medical Director at UMC, and I'm proud to be the Trauma Medical Director there since 1997. I've seen a lot of stuff over the years. I really came here initially to El Paso thinking I'd be here 3 or 4 years, move on to a bigger academic program. But I saw something over the mountain, saw a vision for the campus at UMC. Actually, it was Thomas and General Hospital at the time. Texas Tech was a regional campus. I heard rumors there may be a medical school and health science center. If any place back then needed physicians, it was El Paso. If it needed surgeons, it was El Paso. If any place needed surgical specialists, El Paso sure needed it, and we still do. It's better than it was, but we still need help with that. We became a level 2 trauma center in 1998. We were extremely proud to be a level 2, the only level 2 in the region at the time. 2001, we became a level 1 trauma center by American College of Surgeons. We've been a level 1 since then. We had our survey last year, and we did fine with that, except for one thing, and I'll talk about that later. But we've been a level 1 center for 21 years. The next nearest level 1 is in Albuquerque, 270 miles away, a different state, and they're almost always on bypass because they have no beds either. But we're facing that also. We really need help with that. As I'm talking about the growth, 2001 Level 1 Trauma Center, UMC became, or Thompson became UMC in 2008. Texas Tech became Paul Foster Medical School, separated from Lubbock. We're no longer a regional campus. 2013, we became a separate health sciences center in the Texas Tech system. Other things have happened over the years, good things. As Sal said, Comprehensive Stroke Center, the only Joint Commission one in the region, not just El Paso. A Level 4 maternal care center. Level 4 is different than Level 1 for trauma. Level 4 for women is the highest level of care. Amazing cardiac care. We have 7 or almost soon to be 8 neurosurgeons, which are UMC neurosurgeons as well as Children's Hospital, the only pediatric neurosurgeon in the region, and a second one coming on board. We had only 1 or 2 neurosurgeons for years, and hardly any in the city. Now we have incredible neurosurgery. We have craniofacial, not just craniofacial expertise for trauma, but also for oncologic facial and head and neck type of things done by the private group in town with partnership with the UMC and Texas Tech. And I can just go on and tell you about all the great things that have happened. Now I'm going to throw some numbers at you, because I think these numbers are astounding. I think I mentioned some of this, I guess it was in June we first met. So last year, the Trauma Center had 3,904 trauma admissions. When I came here in '97, we had just under 1,300. Looking back, 20 years ago, we had 1,600 admissions. 10 years ago, we had 2,300. We had over 3,900 last year. If you annualize the first 8 months of 2022, we are going to exceed 3,950 trauma admissions. We may hit 4,000 at the pace we were going. When I looked at the last 4 months of this year, we beat the prior 4 months of the last year, meaning last August, this August was higher than last August, et cetera. We also had 650 patients with injury severity score greater than 15. What that means to a trauma surgeon is that's a severely injured patient. You have to have 240 patients to be a level 1 trauma center. We have 650. I admitted 100 and something myself, so I can almost be half of a level 1 trauma center. And my colleagues are very similar to that. We had just under 1,000 helicopter flights last year. 4 years before that, we had 370, a 2.4% fold increase. A lot of people think a trauma center is a knife and gun club. It is not. The most common injury we see at UMC and EPCH, which is a combined trauma program, are falls. Geriatric falls typically, or young kids. Number 2 is motor vehicle crashes. So we're not a knife and gun club. 92% of our patients are sustaining blunt trauma. Last year, 25% of our patients were geriatrics, defined as 65 or older. So that's grandma and grandpa and some of us. 19% of our patients last year were kids under the age of 18, 725 patients. That's our children, that's our grandchildren. That's a high number. Here's something that I bet most people don't know and don't want to know. 1 in 3 of us will be directly or indirectly impacted by trauma in our lifetime. 1 out of 3 of us. I'm going to protect HIPAA, but I know there's a few people in this room that I or somebody else from the trauma service took care of. 1 in 3. I was a trauma victim in 2020. I was taken care of at UMC. I was just incredibly impressed. The amount of care I got, not just because they knew me, but I know what they do for every trauma patient and every surgical patient, every medical patient, every day, from the housekeepers to the 8th floor, no matter who it was. So I was just so blessed to see what the trauma program did for me. I'm going to do some myth busting. First of all, it takes a lot to be a level 1 trauma center. That's why we're the only one. You've got to have in-house surgeons, in-house emergency medicine, in-house anesthesia, all types of stuff. Trauma is a team sport, so a lot of people. It's not just the docs, it's the nurses, it's the physiatrists, the rehab doctors, it's the physical therapists, occupational therapists, blood bank, laboratory, etc. I know I'm forgetting some people, but it is a team sport. So here's the myth busting. I think John mentioned it earlier. In 2021, last year, 47% of our trauma admissions, 47% of those 3,900 people came to us in transfer. So I've heard people say, well, you know what, these private hospitals can take care of this stuff. Well, they can't. It's been proven. Last year was not an anomaly. In 2020, 45% of our patients came to us in transfer. In 2019, 37%, but now we're up to 47%. So here's a little bit more myth busting. When you look specifically at El Paso County, 87% of the transfers from El Paso County to our Level 1 Trauma Center came from the 2 private, not-for-profit hospitals systems. 66% from Tenet, 20% from Del Sol. They're all trauma centers of some levels, and the other 14% coming from either William Beaumont or the freestanding EDs. 86% came from the other hospitals that are for profit. That just, nothing bad about them because they do great care for other stuff. We are the trauma center, but we are, sorry, no offense, we are the trauma center for the region, but we are growing, we're popping at the seams. Let's talk about the burn center. This is a passion of mine. First of all, burns are trauma. I told y'all this before. 95 patients last year were admitted to UMC with burns. Or yes, were seen by us at UMC. We kept 72% of those burn patients. That means we did not have to send them to Lubbock, 340 miles away, because they are the nearest American Burn Association verified burn center. We do our best to keep these patients because it's an extremely big expense for the patients to get flown over to Lubbock. They can't go by helicopter. They have to go by a fixed-wing plane. That's about $8,000. That's what UMC gets charged if they don't have funding. So we try to keep them there or here. That's a lot of patients. A third of those patients were actually children. A third of them were burn patients that were children. So we need the infrastructure. As John said, we need the burn OR. You can't just put a lot of these major burns into a simple OR. You got to have special stuff. You need the other stuff that these burn patients do. That being said, we do the best we can to take care of these patients because we think it's the right thing to do. Let's talk about oncology, cancer care. We keep hearing about a comprehensive cancer center. We all know that work at UMC and at the other hospitals, a lot of patients leave El Paso for their cancer care. Scottsdale, Phoenix, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, or elsewhere. That's because they have means to pay. They have insurance. People think, oh, we'll just send them to MD Anderson in Houston. I can't get a patient to MD Anderson unless they've got insurance, okay? They're not providing charity care to the extent that we think they do. They don't. We need to do that. We need to be a cancer center. We see so much cancer in El Paso. So I want everybody to look at your neighbor. Take a look. 1 out of 2 of us during our lifetime will have cancer. Almost 50% of us, a little bit higher for men versus women. Now, various types of cancer. It could be skin cancer, breast cancer, unfortunately, which is extremely high in El Paso. 1 out of 2 of us will have breast cancer or some type of cancer. We already had a great talk earlier today about the Children's Pediatric Oncology Initiative. That was great. So that's a high number, guys. Think about that. This is us. This is our family. This is our grandkids. This is our parents. Maybe our wife, our husband, whatever, our children. It scares me. 1 out of 2 of us. That's worse than trauma. So that people say, well, you don't need to be an NCI, National Cancer Institute. Okay, that's fine. You have to aspire to something. That's what we aspire to be at some point. There are 71 NCI comprehensive cancer centers in the United States. There's 4 in Texas. 2 are in Houston, one's in San Antonio, and the other one's in Dallas. The nearest ones to us are Tucson at U of A, and the other one's in Albuquerque at UNM. Most NCI cancer centers are affiliated with an academic institution, a medical school, just like Texas Tech. I'm almost done. I know I go long. So UMC has outgrown its infrastructure, okay? We all heard that. We all don't. I don't think anybody's denying that. I can be honest with you, El Paso has outgrown its healthcare infrastructure. How do I know that? Well, that's because I get all these transfers, and not just because they're trauma transfers. These are surgical patients that other hospitals don't have the capability or capacity to handle, so we get those. We're a NSTI, which is a necrotizing soft tissue infection regional referral center, which is necrotizing fasciitis. In other words, that's the flesh-eating bacteria. No other hospital can handle those. They send them to us. We get 1 or 2 per week, either through our ED or in transfer to us, because we provide that quality of care. They all need ICU care. They all need ORs. Let's talk a little bit about how I know these other hospitals are not able to handle this. There's something called EM Resources, which is a website that I'm privy to because I'm the trauma director at UMC, and there's other people at UMC have it, and other hospitals do it too. They have to share their data. I can tell you, most of the hospitals don't have the specialty care because they put that on there. Well, we don't have a GI doctor. We don't have interventional radiologists. We don't have a cardiologist. We don't have this or that for this or that day. Our issue is we don't have beds. Yesterday, we had 39 patients waiting to get to the floor for hours and hours and hours, sometimes over a day to get to the floor. 6 of those needed critical care beds. You don't get good care in your ER for critical care. Yes, we try our best to do critical care management, but when that nurse is down there taking care of 3 or 4 ER patients, and it's just not the same. Today it was even worse. I think Dr. Cruz-Flores mentioned 40 patients. More recently, it was 42 patients, so the number went up to 42. 7 of those needed ICU beds. When I had my ACS survey in 21, we passed with flying colors, but they always give you opportunities for improvement, and I don't know how I'm going to solve that without this bond. They said, you're not meeting the 2-hour benchmark for getting your patient out of the ED to your ICU for your trauma population. In the past, if we weren't hitting that 2-hour mark, I'd be calling Amy, who's the CNO, or Eric, the associate CNO, or the ED director, saying, why is this patient not up there? And we would fix it. I'm happy sometimes if I get a trauma patient to the ICU in 2 days, or a general surgery patient in 2 days. That is not acceptable. We got to be better than that. I don't know how I'm going to solve that without this bond. Patients are waiting in our hospital for surgeries for days. It's really difficult to tell a patient that's in pain, I can't take out your gallbladder tomorrow, probably the next day, unless a more acute emergency comes up, which bumps you. That's the reality that we face. We can't get elective cases done through our clinics. I know the UMC neurosurgeons also struggle with that. I'm sure the private surgeons that work at UMC also struggle. I know we do. We're weeks and months waiting for these patients. That's not acceptable. Really not. And I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming the citizens of El Paso. It's just the reality. It's very difficult to go in the ER, see a patient in a recliner watching TV with 7 or 8 other people who has sepsis, which means bloodstream infection due to peritonitis, which means I need to operate. And I'm taking them, because they're more acute than the gallbladder or whatever, the appendectomy, to the operating room straight from a reclining chair in a hallway. HIPAA goes all out the door. I mean, we do our best to be confidential, but when you are here and there's another patient 6 feet away, and we probably violate the COVID rule, there's a curtain. If I'm bending over to look at somebody's exam and I'm bumping into the next patient in the other room, that's not confidential. That's not the quality we want. I'm sorry. It's just really not. A few more things. We are not poor little El Paso, okay? We got to move to the next level, and we are. I have seen, that's why I stayed here for 25 years. Perhaps nobody else wanted me, but I saw, you don't need to laugh at that one. So I saw a vision. I saw a vision when I was chief of staff the first go around about 12 years ago, and I was chief of staff, I guess, 5 years ago again, when we were Thomas and making the transition to UMC. We are transitioning to another level of care. This is not a luxury, but we've got to provide this. I see Houston, the medical center. I see San Antonio. I see Dallas at UT Southwestern, and Baylor College of Medicine over there in Baylor, and UT in Houston. It takes time, but you got to start. We've already made some progress. The MCA is helping make the regional campus and all the stuff that we're doing at UMC and EPCH and Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. It's a group it's a group effort, and we work with the private groups and the UMC employed physicians to make UMC great. But we've got to get past this. We've got to somehow get this bond. I don't care. deal with finances. I don't know about the philosophy about should we vote or not vote, and there's 25,000 people or not. Somehow, somewhere, we've got to make this happen. We needed these beds. We needed these ORs. We needed this infrastructure in 2018 and 2019, and strategy was happening then. Then guess what? COVID hit and just destroyed everything. And we've pushed COVID away a lot now. It's time for us to move ahead. And I thank you. I'm sorry I went over 5 minutes. I probably did 10 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you. Judge. Jacob, just Commissioner Leon.
We're not in public comment, are we, Christina?
Not yet.
Well, the item's been read into the record, and you're just taking public comment, but you can ask questions or speak however you'd like to.
Okay, I just didn't want to say it at the wrong time.
Yeah, no,
but Dr. Tyrock, he alluded to some folks here being lucky enough to be here because of Dr. Tyrock. I am that person who was involved in a serious motorcycle accident in New Mexico in 2009. And I got to tell you, had I been taken to any other hospital or flown, helicoptered to any other hospital, I would not be here today. I am lucky that I was treated at UMC. I am lucky that it was Dr. Tyrock and others that put me back together. And I tell you, he talks about also patients having to go out of town for cancer care. I am, again, one of those patients that has to go to Phoenix and Scottsdale. I just got back last week. So it's, and I see kids when we went to that event where the kids at UMC, and some of them that had to go out of town but now are treated here. And with this the possibility of this advancement, that we can capture other kids that also do not have to leave town to be treated. So again, Dr. Tyrock, you and I go way back. I mean, way back. And I tell you what,
I think you were in the police department back then, right?
Yes, yes, but we're not talking about those arrests.
It was a citizen's arrest.
So, but I just can't thank you enough, because it is true. You're not just, it's not just imagination. This is, if you talk about quality of life, and you look at the next 20, 30 years, we're looking at our children and our grandchildren that will be able to get the finest treatment that there possibly can be had here in El Paso. So, Doctor, thank you. God has given you a great gift, and I, for one, really appreciate that.
Thank you. But in all honesty, I was a small component of your care. I was probably the bench warmer on the sideline when all these other people, like Dr. Miguel Cruz, was doing a lot of stuff, and other people. But yeah, it's a team effort, as we said, for trauma. And there are some other people in this room that have been impacted by trauma. We don't give names, including me, though. Thank you.
Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Let me piggyback on Commissioner Leon's comments about Texas Tech and UMC as far as the service that he received. I can attest to the validity as far as the expertise and the care that's provided at UMC, where they do need this bond and they need the community support. As Commissioner Leon indicated, they put it back together. Well, UMC saved me. I mean, literally saved me. I was hours from not being here. I was at another medical institute, and they were just going to put me out in the street and leave me. That's basically what they said. You know, so, well, you can have your family take you. So if I walked out of the hospital without the assurance that someone like UMC was available to help me with a medical issue, I would have been just another number. And when you count the number of how many people died in El Paso, Jacob Cintron, UMC, literally saved me. And to the day that I leave this good earth, I will always tell you, I would let you know, anyone that want to know, anyone that don't want to know. When you talk about quality care, you talk about quality of life, healthcare is a quality of life. And if we continue to say we don't need this and we don't need that, we are a growing community. We say, come to El Paso, but come to El Paso for what? When we have people saying no to advancement in healthcare. Healthcare is a very important element when you talk about we're bringing these companies into El Paso to bring jobs to El Paso. Well, one is that UMC will create more jobs with this bond, but at the same time, we say how we promote El Paso. We have good healthcare. We have great healthcare in El Paso, and we will continue looking towards improving our healthcare so we have a healthy community. We do prevention. Not wait till something happened, someone is near dead, and they say, well, we didn't take them to the trauma center. Well, the things that UMC can do with this bond and the assurance and the support of the community is astronomical. We talk about cancer and other ailments that people have here in this region. Ladies and gentlemen, all you that are there, that are listening, I'm not in favor of increasing taxes. I pay taxes well. But I'm in favor of having quality health care with UMC.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. So if I could just conclude, UMC's been here for 107 years, and we're going to continue to be here. And regardless of what happens, we're going to continue to provide the best care we can to our community. You know, last week, I was in the ER. There was a patient that arrived. It was in very bad condition, airlifted to our facility. And Dr. Tyrock was there. We also had Dr. Wong, our trauma neurosurgeon. And I can tell you, a lot of times you hear people talk about the abstract. We don't want to spend that extra $4 a month per $100,000 home. You know, it's too much money. But when you think about the services it provides, I see these doctors, I see the nursing staff, I see everybody waiting, trauma room ready, and they perform miracles. They perform wonderful miracles. I'm there concerned, nervous, the family is nervous, and they comfort and they deliver. Last night I was at another hospital ED till about 1 o'clock this morning, dealing with a hand injury on a young man. And, you know, ultimately they transferred him to trauma to El Paso Children's Hospital. Surgery was done this morning. It's easy to say that other hospitals would do the same thing. They don't. And the reason they don't is because it's very expensive. We have highly skilled physicians working at our facility, neurosurgeons, trauma surgeons, vascular surgeons, cardio surgeons, you name it, we've got them there. And many times I will tell you that we don't just have one that may be on call and you got to call them in. Many times they're there, year round, around the clock. We had the August 3rd mass shooting. The trauma program that we provide was ready for that. But we're ready for that every single day. It wasn't just August 3rd. Nobody said, hey guys, August 3rd is going to be really something. Have extra people there. Our people were there. Some came in without even being asked. That's commitment to our community. When COVID struck and other areas were struggling, we stepped up. We went above and beyond what we needed to do to provide care for our patients. Even physicians, nurses, therapists putting their lives at risk for a disease that at the time had no cure. It was nice to hear about people working from home. We weren't working from home. We were there. We provide this service to our community because we care. Now, some people will say, well, you know, for a $200,000 home, $8 a month is a little much. But I've never seen anyone come into our ER, the family afraid, crying, nervous, the patient afraid, question about $8 a month. This is something that we owe our community. When you look at the things that were listed in the bond, these are things that in my hands would be a waste. But when you look at our amazing physicians, when you look at our partnership with Texas Tech, our private physicians, when you look at our nursing staff, all the other healthcare providers that are there, those same tools create miracles. They save lives. And there are people that will sometimes complain about, we don't want to raise our taxes this amount a month. Just remember this, we're only 8 cents out of the tax dollar. But for that 8 cents, you get $1.2 billion in services. And by the way, that 8 cents we get doesn't even cover half of the uncompensated care. We generate the other half on our own. We're very proud of what we do. This is our hometown. We grew up here, and we're committed. And for those that didn't grow up here, they have become adopted to being here, such as Dr. Tyrock and others. So we know the process that needs to take place, but regardless of what happens, we just want to remember that these are real heroes here. I'm not the hero, they're the heroes. And they have always been there when we've said, can you step up? Well, now they're asking us to step up. And so we know there's a process to follow. We respect that process. And we know however it results, we will still keep coming back and asking for the things that we think our community needs. I wanted to close in thanking Congresswoman Escobar, who was a great support for us, State Representative and Vice Chair of Appropriations Mary Gonzalez, State Representative Lina Ortega, the El Paso City Council member Alexandra Anello, Project Arriba, LULAC District 4, the League of Women Voters, the El Paso Democratic Party, APIZO, Eastside Democrats, PAM Health, and the Diocese of El Paso. We don't want out-of-towners throwing a lot of money in our community trying to tell us what kind of health care we provide for some political statement. We're dealing with lives. And so we're committed to do our best for our community to give the service they deserve. And we hope that you all agree, and we hope that our community agrees. So we will continue this fight because we are committed to our community and to our facility. And with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Jacob, I want to thank you. And I know I'm speaking on behalf of commissioners that for your attitude, your team's attitude, 72 plus, that's a lot of work that you did, and you took it to heart. The kind of doctors that you have that are supporting Dr. Lang with Texas Tech, thank you for your support. And the real purpose really was to get everyone to understand, you know, the difference between a certificate of obligation, what it would cost you if you do it now, what it'll cost you if you do it in a different way. But I also want to thank the board, Mr. Gallardo, and your board members. They don't get a cent, and they've been working. I can tell you the board members have been participating, working extremely hard. But Mr. Gallardo, as a board chair, thank you for your leadership on that avenue, and we really thank you for allowing everyone to understand and make the right choices that we need to make. I hope you also have respect for the process. You know, we've done everything possible to make it transparent. We're trying to continue. We're trying to see if it's going to be validated or not, but we're ready to continue and understand this as we go further. So, Jacob, thank you very much for your leadership. Cindy as well, for Children's Hospital and all your team, and everyone here that has made such a great effort to get the public to understand what's going to happen and what wouldn't happen if we don't go through or follow up with this. So once again, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. We're going to have public comments now. Is that, I'm correct, right? And just want to, because we do have the October 3rd, we typically do 5 minutes, and just because of the time situation, and we've got a lot of other agenda items, we're going to do 3 minutes. And of course, if someone has said what you'd like to say, and you might want to just sort of paraphrase that, we would appreciate that. But like I said, you still have October the 3rd to be able to come and present your views and your observations on this topic. So we thank you for that efficiency, and apologize for not giving you a full 5 minutes. But I think having the 3 now and then being able to come back on October the 3rd, I hope you appreciate that. So we thank you. Cesar.
Yes, sir. We're going to start with Crystal Lerma.
Hello.
Hi, Crystal, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Crystal Lerma. I am for this. I am a taxpayer. I am from El Paso, Texas. My husband and myself do work in El Paso. I am for this because we do need everything that everybody spoke about for the hospital. We are an oncology family. My son was diagnosed a couple weeks before he turned 5 with medulloblastoma, which is brain cancer. If it wasn't for El Paso Children's performing brain surgery a couple days after he was diagnosed, he wouldn't be here. Unfortunately, we did have to travel out to continue the treatment. But like I said before, we are taxpayers. There was no reason we should be living out of a hotel, uprooting our family. We are a family of 6. At the time, we were a family of 5. There's no reason El Paso County taxpayers should be living out of a hotel, our children doing their homework from El Paso school districts, doing their homework in a hotel, at a hospital, because El Paso didn't have what my son needed in order to be here, in order to be alive. If and when this passes, there should be children that stay in El Paso, that are from El Paso. They should have the opportunity to stay here, to have the community support, to have their family support. We were a family that didn't have the support of family when we traveled out. We had to uproot our family. We had to leave what we knew. We had to leave El Paso Children's Hospital. We live pretty much at El Paso Children's, even now. We love El Paso Children's. The nurses became our children's family. That all they knew was the nurses that took care of them. Their friends became the nurses. Even to this day, you ask the kids, who do they know? Who do they love? They won't tell you they won't tell you their school friends. They'll tell you the nurses' names. They'll tell you their doctors' names. You know, they'll refer to Children's Hospital
30 seconds.
as their favorite. So this is why I'm for it. And I ask you to please really go for this. This is something that El Paso does need. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandra Osaeta.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Osaeta. I am a mother of Haley Osaeta. She was diagnosed 2018 with leukemia. So with that being said, I'm here speaking for this bond because this is something that our children need. We have so many families out here that need of our hospital expanding, right? We have a lot of families moving here from out of town now, and we need this. This is a hospital that became our second home. Like Crystal was saying, our kids know our doctors, our nurses, our CEOs, our CFOs. They love all of the staff there. To them, that's their family. And why? Because they make you feel like family. They go to them, they hug them, they see them everywhere. They don't think, oh, that's a doctor, that's a CEO, to them, it's family. To them, it's someone that cares for them or prays for them or sees them and acknowledges them. With all of this being said, I'm for this bond, and I want everybody here to acknowledge that we need this. This is not something that we don't need. This is a necessary for our families, for our children, for our future. So thank you, and have a good day.
Next, we have Dr. Vernon Burke.
Judge, Commissioners. I am Dr. Vernon Burke. I'm the Department Head of Oral Maxillofacial Surgery at El Paso Children's Hospital, Administrative Director of Oral Maxillofacial Surgery at UMC, and I'm a Texas Tech faculty for the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine. I was first introduced to El Paso in 2008 as a resident in San Antonio, where we were doing the surgery for the children from El Paso in San Antonio. We flew out here to evaluate children, and I thought El Paso is too big a place to not have a surgeon like me. In 2011, I graduated from LSU New Orleans, and I came here to stop the outflow of children leaving El Paso for facial surgery. On that time, in 2011, if you suffered from facial trauma, most likely you were taken care of by someone who did not live here. If you were diagnosed with head and neck cancer, the 8th most common form of cancer, then you were either treated by someone who had not specifically trained in head and neck cancer, or you had to leave. If your child was diagnosed with cleft lip and palate, or with a craniofacial anomaly in 2011, which is 1 in 500 to 1 in 600 births, then you either were treated by someone who is not fellowship trained, specifically trained to treat children like this, or you had to leave with your family. Today, there's 7 of us. 2 are fellowship trained in cleft lip and palate and craniofacial surgery. 2 are fellowship trained in head and neck cancer and microvascular surgery. 3 have expanded scope. And we have now presently 2 fellowships, 1 in head and neck cancer and 1 in craniofacial surgery. Those surgeons will graduate and leave and take the experience from El Paso and go to some other community and provide that care. Today, we do greater than 1,200 elective surgeries a year, greater than 2,200 surgeries in hospital every year. Before we came, where did those people go? The need is here now. In the past 20 to 30 jaw-moving surgeries, which is a routine nationwide done surgery, it's long-standing surgery, went to San Antonio, 20 to 30.
30 seconds.
And 20 to 30 went to Albuquerque. The rest did not receive treatment. Now we do 100 to 120 here a year in our practice. So extrapolate that out. We have seen this over and over. When resources limited, patients either receive no treatment or inadequate treatment. The need here is recognized. You have doctors and hospital administrators that you can trust. They've shown you in 2 big events. El Paso is big enough. It is the regional center. Let's take the next step and expand our infrastructure and allow the surgeons here present, Dr. Tyrock, the physician leaders at Texas Tech, to take care of the El Pasoans as they should be taken care of here at home.
Thank you,
very
Dr.
much.
Burke. Thank you for choosing El Paso. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Chetan Murthy on Teams.
Good afternoon. My name is Chet Murthy. I'm a pediatric and interventional radiologist at El Paso Children's and UMC. First of all, please pay attention to everything that Dr. Tyrock, Dr. Cruz, and Dr. Vernon Burke just said. I don't want to repeat myself. I'd like to talk to you and present myself not just as a physician who's practiced in El Paso for 26 years. I'm a hospital-based physician. That means we've always worked as teams and taken care of the patients who are sick in the hospital. But I'd like to address you more as fellow El Pasoans, and I'd like to present to you a shared vision, which means I hope you look at the future of El Paso as the same as I do, as a city that, first of all, grows to the point where our economy can support the kind of businesses that we want to come here. And secondly, make you understand that not only do we want to expand services, but we also want to continue the process of building a not-for-profit center in conjunction with Texas Tech that matches the places that most of you have sought out-of-town care for. Many of you have shared some of those stories, and I want to bet that when you went out of town to MD Anderson or Mayo, that you were going out there for not just one doctor, but for a team of doctors and specialists who work together to help you take care of the problem you have. The only place in town that's building teams of doctors taking care of your problems is this campus. The UMC Children's and Texas Tech campus is the only place where we're putting together teams of doctors to take care of you properly. And what I want you guys to come along this journey with me is to understand that we want people to come to El Paso. We want to be the referral center. We want to be the place. We are big enough and we're geographically positioned perfectly to be that referral center. The money that we're asking for, I realize some people just see it as a tax, but I know many of you understand this as an investment. We always hear about El Pasoans wanting businesses to come to town. Well, I'm willing to tell you that every town that you look at in Texas, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Houston, every one of them, the center of care is the not-for-profit academic center. That's where the center of advanced care is. And when businesses want to come to town, one of the things they look at is, will their employees, all the way from the C-suite down to the lowest level, will they have access to a not-for-profit academic center? Right now, if you look at the things that our campus does not have, you'll be shocked. I'm sure Dr. Tyrock mentioned some of them, but let me just go through a short list. The neurosurgery team that UMC has built is the only team of neurosurgeons in town. And they work in conjunction with the Texas Tech-based neurology program. But let me tell you what we don't have on campus. The biggest glaring hole in this town right now is cancer care for adults.
30 seconds.
There's only one for-profit entity that provides, I'm sorry, how much time do I have?
30 seconds, sir.
Okay, we only have one for-profit entity that provides cancer care, both chemotherapy and radiation therapy. And that is not available to most of our patients. I can share with you a personal story of a colleague who has insurance, whose wife needed radiation therapy. She had insurance, but she still had to pay $11,000 out of pocket to get radiation therapy at the local for-profit center. Our campus does not even have the most routine PET scanner. PET scanner is the cutting-edge, most important imaging device to detect and stage cancer. The fact that we don't have radiation therapy on campus, the fact that we don't have a full-fledged not-for-profit cancer therapy on campus, and the fact that we don't have a PET scanner, it's shocking. And I'm telling you, we have to invest in these things and not just see this as a tax, but we have to see this as an investment if you want to go towards that shared vision of El Paso being a city that needs to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you for joining us. I see you're at work. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm glad to be here.
Next, we have Dr. Sadhana Chida.
Oh, thank you. Hi, doctor.
Hello, my name is Sadhana Cheda. I'm a neonatologist. That is a doctor that takes care of premature babies and sick babies. I have been working in El Paso for more than 25 years. So what I want to share with you is I was recruited to help build a children's hospital 25 years ago by a private for-profit hospital. They recruited a bunch of specialists, physician nurses, therapists, technicians. We were all recruited to build programs. And those of you who were here more than 25 years ago know that that ended because that was one of the biggest fines that the federal government levied to that corporation. So all of that stopped. Well, I stayed on practicing. A lot of these people left, and I'm going to tell you, it was incredibly hard. I would have babies born with their guts out, and there was no surgeon to take care of these babies. I would literally have to be on the phone calling any adult surgeon to help me. Because as many people have said here, it's not just one of us, it's multiple people and it's a multiple team. I can tell you I have a lot of stories. I can tell you another one where it was a regular baby that was born. Everybody thought everything was fine and the baby started vomiting blood. This baby had an abnormal blood vessel that went into her stomach. The only pediatric gastrointestinal specialist was out of town. Again, we were on the phone calling any adult GI doctor to help us take care of this baby while we were pouring blood and doing a lot of procedures on this baby to keep this baby alive. I can tell you many, many times I used to have to go down to the OR. I'm not a peds anesthesiologist, I'm a neonatologist, but there was no pediatric anesthesiologist to take care of these babies. So I would go down to the OR and assist the adult anesthesiologist. Now with the El Paso Children's Hospital, that has not happened. There is now 4 pediatric surgeons. There are 3 or 4 pediatric GI people. There are 3 pediatric anesthesiologists. The care here I've seen since I've been here for 25 years has improved tremendously. It's escalated care here. We don't send these babies out. Our NICU now has one of the highest designations in the state, and it's not due to people like me. It's due to my dietitians, my therapists, all of those people that have been recruited to help build these programs. The other thing I want to tell you about is adult care.
30 seconds.
I have been taken care of. I had major trauma, and I was life-flighted to UMC. Many years ago, I had my father-in-law in an adult ICU where they did not have any inpatient physicians, and I had to stay there and coordinate the care. Some of you know this, and multiple people have already alluded to the fact that they've had to go out of town for cancer care. What I think UMC and Children's is asking for is really what this community deserves. We deserve to give our community this kind of a care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I wish we could have more time, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. You know, there'll be more, but I was just thinking that independent of what happens, just to be able to highlight, very few people knew about our outstanding doctors, and they're world-renowned doctors. They choose to be here in El Paso. They fell in love with El Paso, and I hope that we recognize them better than having to just, when this happens. But these are heroes that we've had for such a long time. Just want to comment as I was hearing them that I was so glad that we were able to meet them at a personal level. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Eric Johansson.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Johansson. I'm not a doctor, but thank you anyway.
You can be an honorary doctor today.
I am working on a doctorate, hopefully be done in March, but I'm not a physician at this point in my life. So 3 minutes is going to be short. I know I'm here as a resident of the county. You know me from a different role in my life as well. Many good things have been said about UMC. One thing that we forget is that it's the safety net hospital of our region. And it's a safety net hospital because it provides that significant amount of care for the uninsured, the low income, and for the vulnerable populations. We saw wonderful things happening throughout today. A lot of your recognitions and programs that we had today, I forgot the exact name that you called them today on your agenda. However, they all talked about economic growth, bringing in diversity, growing the economy, growing the population. However, those people are going to need health care when they come into our community. They may not be able to afford it at a for-profit organization because they may not have insurance. Vulnerable communities have key elements that identify them as vulnerable populations or vulnerable communities. One of it is access to primary care physicians. El Paso has 134 physicians per 100,000 residents. Texas overall is 232 physicians per 100,000 residents, so El Paso is very low. Additional is the economy. Unemployment, I looked it up this morning, we're at 4.8% for unemployment for El Paso County. Additionally, we also have high rates of uninsured. About 24% of the population in El Paso County is considered uninsured. That doesn't include the underinsured or people that can't afford these wonderful insurance programs that would cover everything but a $100 deductible. Education rates, we have 24% of our population has a bachelor's or higher. So we don't have a high education level within our community. So with all those together, we do have a vulnerable community. And as more and more people come in, and as we saw, we're having huge numbers of immigrants coming in, which is great. They're coming in, they're going through the naturalization process as we saw today. We welcome them. That's what our community, our country was built on. But they're going to need health care at some point in their life. You've heard a lot of personal stories. I have a couple. If I have time, I'll share. But UMC does step up to take care of the community. They are the safety net hospital. For COVID, they took care and provided just alone 375,000 vaccinations for COVID. Alone at the convention center, the Coliseum, they did 250,000 vaccinations. Who else in this community stepped up to with that many vaccinations? Because that was what was needed.
30 seconds.
UMC did that. I'll share my personal stuff on the 3rd, my stories of my children that I adopted from this community. I want to leave you with this. Without health equity being addressed, there is no equality in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Leida Perez.
I am a doctor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Caesar, let's get this right.
I don't
It's
mind
okay,
being
it's okay.
corrected.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, El Paso community.
Thank you.
I know that I have to redefine my speech because of the time, but I would like to really say that I'm Dr. Leida Perez, Neighborhood Healthcare Center's Medical Director. Two of our biggest neighborhood healthcare clinics were opened in 2017, East and West, thanks to the approval of the 2013 bond at that time. And that has allowed us to keep giving the care to thousands of patients, both uninsured and underinsured, in El Paso community, to receive affordable care, patient-centered healthcare, et cetera. When these two clinics were opened in 2017, we were given a goal to attend at least 30,000 visits patients a year. We accomplished this goal 1 year in the East Clinic location and 3 years in the West Clinic. In 2020, when everybody else was closed in El Paso, the clinics, we were one of the few that were open to El Paso community. And not only we attended people that were really in need of the COVID care, but also we gave more than 60,000 COVID vaccines, meaning that this is important, this type of bond approval for the keep growing the healthcare in our community. The clinics, I think it has been a positive impact in the community. So COVID has delayed a lot of things, has delayed screening, has delayed a lot of surgery, has delayed a lot of health issues in our population. So as somebody mentioned before, if in 1 in 10 people is going to have cancer in their lifetime, how is that El Paso, being one of the largest metropolitan areas in U.S., does not have a comprehensive cancer center or a specialized burn unit to attend to severe and major burns and other advanced surgeries? As a public servant and as a citizen of this beautiful city, border city, I beg you all to give UMC the opportunity to expand our healthcare centers, including the creation of a new comprehensive center and to attend more complex cases. So it is true that we need to really keep our taxes. I am a taxpayer too, and we need how much that really hurt our pocket. However, when we compare the $100 or $150 per year that each one of us should have to pay for the cost, compare this to the cost to what patients and their family have to pay when they have to go out of town to receive the care. They have to pay for travel, hotels, etc. So that's why sometimes we do not realize the importance of these services until it's us or a loved one that needs to receive the care. Building this comprehensive cancer center, advanced burn unit, expanded surgical units, and other services could save every patient and family in El Paso thousands of dollars in a year if they need to get those services. So what? Can we reconcile our difference? Can we reconcile our difference as a community and have one vision to see El Paso region and the surrounding community have the best cancer institute, burn units, and expanded health services that are so urgently needed? We don't have that much time to spend. So thank you to County Judge, thank you Commissioners, thank you to El Paso community, and I am sure, and I have the hope that this is a new day, and I have the hope that this is going to be voted yes, because it's a need, and we cannot really keep waiting. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Dr. Jose Burgos.
Thank you,
My
Doctor.
name is Jose Burgos. I am an internal medicine specialist. I'm the chief of Internal Medicine Hospitals Department at UMC. I am also a private owner of a medical institution. I own El Paso Medical Research Institute, which is an entity that provides clinical trials. We do clinical trials privately. And at the same time, I'm a co-owner of a small urgent care center. We have 2 urgent cares in El Paso. So I wear many hats. On top of that, at UMC, we just recently opened the Housing Authority clinics. We just recently expanded into a post-acute care department where we can actually see and follow the patients who are discharged from the hospital to other institutions so we can make sure they are safe and they are well treated. So I do a lot of things. So based on that, I can tell you firsthand, I treat thousands of El Pasoans per year. I actually am a 16-year-old El Pasoan. I'm relocated from Venezuela. I brought my entire family. They are all El Pasoans now. Very happy to be here. This is my city. This is my community. And hopefully I can end my days working for the people of El Paso. If something I can tell you today is that we are all vulnerable. If we are not vulnerable economically at some point in time, we're all vulnerable when we are lacking our health, when we are sick. No matter how much money you have, no matter how wealthy you are, how much your insurance is, worth, can cover. If you're sick and you do not know how well you will be next day, or you don't know how well your family members will be the following day, then you're vulnerable because you have no hope. You do not know what's going to happen. So that is who we treat. No matter how much money you have at UMC, we will treat you. No matter how little money you have, we will treat you with the same love and passion, which is what we have been doing for the last 107 years. And we want to continue to do that in many other aspects. Let me just tell you about one small statistic because there's so much to say. But 70% of El Pasoans have insurance. This is Medicare, managed, what is wrongfully called Obamacare, which is the Affordable Care Act. No matter what type of insurance, only 70% of El Paso have access to that. Out of those 70%, almost 30% of El Pasoans have Medicaid. Well, let me tell you a little piece of information. There is not a single urgent care in El Paso who actually cares for Medicaid patients comprehensively, meaning that they take all Medicaid plans. So there is a big chunk of El Pasoans who they have a minor medical condition and they will not be seen, so they have to end up in an emergency room. And this is because of how complex the contracts are. What UMC, one of the proposals, which is the urgent care center, being central in El Paso, is determinant not only to provide care for those Medicaid populations, which actually will need more urgent care for that, but it's also to take some of these patients that will end up in all the emergency rooms in El Paso, which a huge bill, because no emergency room visit is less than a couple $1,000s, and they have access to be on that urgent care. And one more thing, if 10 years from now, because I was here 10 years ago advocating for the creation of the Children's Hospital, if 10 years from now we are not, I'll be proud if I'm standing here again, but if you do not see UMC administration requesting for expansion, for building, for growing, you have the wrong administration at that time. I'm telling you right now. So this is growth. It's the only healthcare system in El Paso that has the vision to give the city what they deserve. Because even though we are a poor community, which we're not, we are economically challenged, unfortunately, but we are rising up. Our Hispanos are rising up. We're growing, we're educating ourselves, we're getting better, we're being better trained, we're bringing more jobs. And this is what we deserve. El Pasoans deserve this care that we are proposing. This is what we really need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Anantha Velipuram.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Here.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, County Commissioner. I am a neurocritical care physician serving our community for the last 6 years. My colleagues have already reiterated what our community needs. I want to just give my perspective as a physician here for 6 years. What I've noticed, I've been in other places before coming here, but one thing what I've noticed in the people of El Paso is they are very understanding, they are very grateful, and they are very forgiving. And that is the reason I always in my practice, I want to do more. And in that direction, I feel the people in El Paso need more comprehensive care than a compromised care. This bond, for that we need this bond. This is for our future, because we never know, some of our loved ones may need it someday. So this is for our community. I'm not saying as a doctor today, I'm just saying as an individual who lives in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, we have Dr. Joel Hendricks.
Hendricks.
One, thank you very much, Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Leon, and Commissioner Stout, and Commissioner Robinson. Thank you very much for this time. You know, one of the great parts of being later in the queue is that everything almost has been said very eloquently. My fellow colleagues, my CEO, Jacob, has said an excellent job of pointing out the needs. I think that just briefly, I've spent 30 years in El Paso in healthcare. 26 years of that was in private practice, delivering babies and taking care of women. It was a great pleasure in my life. 5 years ago, I transitioned over to the Chief Medical Officer role at UMC. It was a different role and very, very enlightening. I had no idea the complexity of healthcare. I had no idea of what it takes to run a hospital, all the moving pieces that have to come together, and the leadership that is needed in order to make that happen. The camaraderie and the ability for different parts to work together, Texas Tech, UMC, Children's, and ultimately it's the county commissioners. And I have to say, since everything almost has been said, I have to thank you. Thank you for your support. Even when I was in private practice, I didn't realize what you were doing. It wasn't on our radar. I think that it was said, and it struck me, that decisions that were made in the past represent what we have today. So in years gone by, the county commissioners have supported the El Paso Health Hospital District. And that has helped us get to where we are. And you've heard all the great accomplishments. With, hopefully, if you're able to vote, hopefully we'll have that support again. And we feel that is so important that in the past, tough decisions have been made. I go back to the 2013 bond. In that bond, we were able to get the infrastructure support to be able to tolerate COVID. If we didn't have that, we could have been overwhelmed as a city. But we were able to flex up and come to the fore, working with our county commissioners, working with the other medical systems in El Paso to survive. But it took decisions, tough decisions. And as I understand it, it was not an easy process. And I want to thank you again. This subject may not come up again if it goes to a general obligation. So this is my opportunity to thank you as an El Paso citizen that you made decisions which helped us as a community
30 seconds.
move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sylvia Carrion. Sylvia Carrion. Okay, thank you. Next is Emma Acosta.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
I have 2 letters that I need to read. Some of my LULAC members, we fall into the geriatric category and had to leave, but I would like to read that letter in its entirety. And then I have a letter from the Eastside Democrats of El Paso, and I'll paraphrase that one. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I want to talk really fast. And I have a copy for each of you.
Thank you, Representative.
My name is Emma Acosta, and again, I am a member of the League of United Latin American Citizens. I am president of LULAC Council number 22269. and I want to read the following. This is in support for UMC certificates of obligation in the amount of $345.7 million. Dear Judge and Commissioners, the League of Latin American Citizens, LULAC District 4, El Paso, is an organization affiliated with National LULAC. LULAC is the largest and oldest Hispanic organization in the United States. LULAC advances the economic condition, educational attainment, political influence, housing, health, and civil rights of Hispanic Americans through community-based programs operating at more than 1,000 LULAC councils nationwide. The organization involves and serves all Hispanic nationality groups. With approximately 132,000 members and supporters throughout the United States and Puerto Rico, LULAC is the largest and oldest Hispanic organization in the United States. The organization involves and serves all Hispanic nationality groups. Historically, LULAC has focused heavily on education, civil rights, health, and employment for Hispanics. Recently, at our LULAC El Paso District 4 meeting, consisting of approximately 8 LULAC councils with a membership of over 100 members, we were provided a presentation of the University Medical Center's request for funding. We have realized that El Paso has a disparity in the available medical facilities available for a county of our size. In doing further research, we have realized that El Paso has one of the nation's 10 worst healthcare systems in a survey conducted by Wallet Hub in October 2020. Another Wallet Hub survey shows El Paso has the 3rd highest uninsured rate among the nation's biggest cities. El Paso has also scored poorly in physicians per capita and in its Medicare acceptance rate. Our research has also indicated that the leading cause of death for persons under the age of 75 in El Paso is cancer, followed by heart diseases, accidents, liver disease, and diabetes. It is for these reasons that we took a vote to support the issuance of certificates of obligation to improve our county health care facilities, to build a comprehensive cancer center, burn center, expand our operating facilities, and enhance healthcare technology in El Paso. We consider these funds as an investment in our community. These funds will be used specifically in El Paso, creating jobs from the construction of these facilities to securing medical professionals that will be hired after the construction has been completed. These medical professionals, along with the needed support systems such as nurses, medical technicians, and other support staff, will be spending their earnings here in El Paso and thus stimulating our economy. These funds will not be going to any corporate offices outside of El Paso. They remain here. We must continue to provide health care to everyone in our community. It is a human right that should be accessible to everyone, not those that can afford it or the few that have medical insurance. We're a diverse community, and we have many legal residents that live in our community that pay rent, buy groceries, purchase clothing, pay utilities, ultimately contribute to the economy of El Paso. However, these same individuals may not have voting rights as they are not citizens of the United States. However, their status as a resident of our community should avail them of the necessary health care so that they may live a healthy life and continue to contribute to the economy of El Paso. We ask that you vote in favor of these much-needed certificates of obligation. We elected you to represent us and to vote for the health care facilities that El Paso deserves. Signed, Ignacita Ramirez, Director of LULAC Council, District 4. Our next letter is from the Eastside Democrats of El Paso.
It's easier since there's 2 organizations, we're going to give 3 minutes each.
If you like, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I said because there's 2 organizations, we'll give you 3
Okay, thank you.
minutes.
I was told that I could only have 3 for 2, so that's why I'm speaking fast.
It would have been over at this point.
Thank you so much. Commissioners Court. Dear Judge and Commissioners, the Eastside Democrats of El Paso is an organization that follows democratic principles at all levels, national, state, and local. We are membership-driven and currently have about 172 members countywide. Recently, at a Democratic Executive Committee meeting, the precinct chairs voted in favor of a resolution supporting UMC's request for expanded health care facilities and technology for El Paso County. We are also supporting that resolution and UMC's request for $345 million to provide expanded health care facilities and healthcare technology in El Paso County. These facilities will include a cancer center, burn center, additional operating rooms, and other enhancements to include health technology and software. We believe that $345 million should be considered an investment in El Paso. These funds will provide jobs during construction as well as much-needed healthcare professionals that will be hired after the facilities are up and running. These funds stay in El Paso. They are not going to another corporate facility outside of El Paso. The health professionals and support staff will be living in El Paso and stimulating our economy. We understand that El Paso has a disparity in the available medical facilities for a county our size. We also recognize that we have one of the nation's worst healthcare systems in a survey conducted by Wallet Hub. El Paso has scored poorly in physicians per capita. It is our responsibility to increase that amount of doctors per capita. We also understand that cancer, followed by heart disease, accidents, and liver are some of the leading causes of death for persons under the age of 75. As Democrats, we believe that health care is a human right for everyone, not just that are able to afford it or those that have insurance. El Paso has many individuals, again, that are unable to vote, and these perhaps are the most vulnerable. Everyone should have access to health care in El Paso, and the expansion of these facilities will reassure that this continues to happen. We implore you to support UMC's request in the issuance of healthcare COs. It is the right thing to do for our community. We elected you to make tough decisions that affect El Paso and to make decisions concerning the use of funds in our community, and we urge you to vote yes. We take offense to those individuals that are from out of town, and I will say it right now, groups such as Libre, who are financed by the Koch brothers, who are Republicans, that actually come into our community and try and tell us that we don't need the health care that we deserve. So we believe, as Democrats, that everyone in El Paso, whether you are legal here or not, whether you have insurance or not, deserves to have good quality health care. I believe I just heard Commissioner Leon say he could not get the quality of health care that he needs here in El Paso. And we need to make sure that we do have that, so that you don't have to go outside of El Paso. It was the same with the Children's Hospital. We need a burn center as well. I cannot believe that a city like Lubbock has one, which they're much smaller than we are, and yet we don't have one. So again, this is a huge responsibility on you, but it is a responsibility that we entrusted you when we elected you to the offices that you currently hold, and we respect you as well. And now we'll give you the letters right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Acosta.
Next, we have Ricardo Barraza.
Good afternoon. Everybody has said everything I wanted to say, but I will share a personal story, and it's good to see you, Commissioner. But I was diagnosed, I had an obvious tumor, and I went to have it checked by a doctor, and immediately he said, doesn't look good. We need to do a biopsy. It took 2 weeks for my biopsy to be returned to me. That's a long time in a situation like this. When it was returned to me, I was already at stage 4 cancer, and the diagnosis indicated I had 6 months to a year to live. Think about how much time, because we didn't have adequate services here, that I had to wait for my diagnosis. Then I had to decide whether or not I was going to MD Anderson and to raise the money to live in MD Anderson, while they provided the treatment. We deserve better than that. We deserve better than that. Our community is too big. We don't need to be traveling out of town. I don't want to move to Albuquerque or Tucson or Houston to get care. I want my care here. We deserve that. Somebody said, one doctor 2 or 3 times ago said, that this is not a tax, this is an investment. I absolutely agree with that. I have served on several state boards regarding health care. I have served, President Bush appointed me to a board that advised the White House on health care, so I've seen a lot. Jacobson Trone and his team is, as we know, one of the top in the industry. I trust what he is proposing, and I urge you to please vote yes for the citizens of El Paso. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Okay, next, we have Carol Ann Cassidy.
Wow, this has been a long day. The health care sounds very good here, but the issue is not the health care, Judge and Commissioners. The issue is denying the El Paso citizens the right to vote, because that's the principles of the United States Constitution. No taxation without us voting. So you guys have this wonderful program here. I'm looking at all of this and listening. It's been a long day, like I'm stating now. My gosh, then put it on the November ballot, and we will vote, because we're not just looking at your proposal now that you wish to impose upon us, which means tyranny by this one University Medical Center, county hospital, where this is nonprofit, and the CEO, I believe, makes approximately $660,000 a year, versus the CEOs of Providence and Del Sol and forget the what is it? The other hospital organization here. I have no problems with what all these doctors want to do. It sounds great, but you have no right to impose taxes on us that we, the people, do not get to vote for. That is not democracy. So that's all I want to say. And I've looked at the budget online. I thought that's what today was going to be about, considering the assets versus the debts. I believe the debt from this year is approximately $85 million, and the proposed debt for next year is approximately $90 million. So that is what's to be imposed upon us here in this beautiful city, which I've adopted, by the way. I only have so much time to go into this, but quite frankly, I am taxed with 4 other entities. So when I look at the 5 entities that are wanting to impose taxes on me, a homeowner, and all the other homeowners that live here, and those that live in apartments, wow. It's not just a little bit of money that's been quoted here by some of these lovely people. So it's no taxation without us voting. And I
30
believe
seconds.
that you received whatever the number of this petition that came through. And it is democratic, because people are standing up in defense of the cost today. We have this high inflationary period that we're entering. Possibly a depression is coming. And where are we, the citizens that are living here, as I've chosen to live here, going to get the money? The median wage in this city is what, $40,000? And we have CEOs here making $660,000, and oh my gosh, the city council, then I'm looking at the cost of some of those people there. It's all adding up. And what are you doing for your local citizens here to keep them here? Again, if the median wage is what it is, 40, and then I live in the Canutillo School District, the median wage there is $28,500. So all of you good people better pay attention. I mean, you're making what, 100 times more, 10 times more than the average citizen here. And actually, it would be great to help those that are graduating from the school systems here to be able to get in and make possibly more than $40,000 a year. So it really comes down to no tax. You have no authority to tax us without us voting. So please put this on the ballot in November.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy. Thank you.
Next, we have Araceli Muñiz.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon,
Araceli.
Commissioners, Judge. My name is Araceli Muñiz. I am the parent of a beautiful little girl that's 9 years old, a little girl by the name of Bella, which her name has been adopted by the nurses, the doctors, and all the staff. A lot of the people that are behind me, there's a nurse here that has been with me since day one. If my daughter would have been diagnosed 1 week earlier, 1 week, I think the nightmare that I've lived these almost 10 years would have been completely different. 1 week. What happened there? We didn't have the epileptologist. We didn't have the neurologist that we so desperately needed. We wasted time here in El Paso. We were transferred to Albuquerque, wasted another month there. Then finally went to an amazing facility in Denver. She was diagnosed in 24 hours. right off the bat. I learned how to do the injections. I went home, did the treatment, but we were 1 week late. What happens? I am a mommy coming to you all that I'm exhausted. I'm getting older. My daughter is getting more fragile. We just spent 18 days at UPCH. She got out September 1st. As a mommy that needs to travel 4, 6, and 12 hours every 2 months, it gets tiring. I wish I had the facility here. EPCH is growing. They have more doctors, they have more specialists. I still need more. Most of these children still need more. Can my story change somebody else's perspective? Absolutely. Can my nightmare be a change for somebody that's barely coming into this and that's a newbie? Absolutely. I've spent time in the ER waiting for a bed. I'm not your average parent. I can help. I usually stick my hands where I'm not supposed to. I will mess with oxygen. I will mess with whatever it takes to keep my daughter stable while the nurses are attending another critically ill child. I'm not your average parent, but what about that newbie parent that needs that assess at that moment? Let my story, my daughter's nightmare be something of a positive for the rest of the children. I can only speak for children because that's what I've lived these 9 years. My daughter has been my 24-hour job. I don't make a lot of money. I pay taxes. I have 1 mortgage payment, and that's okay. Can I maybe not buy Starbucks twice a month? Absolutely. For what? For these children. I mean, it takes so little when I didn't know much about taxes, honestly, and I think there's a lot of ignorance out there until it's been broken down. And once you learn, it's only $4. It's only 1 Starbucks. And, and this is for my daughter. This is for the rest of the children. Think about and open your heart to, can this happen to my kid? Can this happen to my future grandchild? Would I want this to happen to them? Absolutely not. And I close with a thanks to EPCH for allowing me to be a part of their family now, for taking care of my daughter, and I trust them wholeheartedly. I hope this goes through. I'm a little emotional, as you can tell. But thank you, and I hope your guys' heart is in the right place and making a difference for these children.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that.
Next, we have Salvador Cruz Flores. Okay. Marcela Van Hoeve.
Marcela.
I've heard a lot of beautiful stories about a lot of nice things that we want, and unfortunately, I truly do believe that it's not the want issue, it's the timing issue. We've got people, when we see them, a whole mile of cars trying to get food, waiting in line for food. Saturdays, they're going picking fruit. We've got people being evicted. We've got people not being able to pay their utilities. It's more of a timing. I believe that maybe you could have a bond, but go back and say, what do you really need? Do you need the cancer center? Do you need the wound care center? What is it that it's actually really need? And then come back. Because I've heard from a lot of people that they are not going to vote for it. They're like, no. They like to ask and ask and ask. We owe, the voters owe, over $500 million right now because of past bonds. $500 million. If this passes, we're going to owe the community, me, $1.2 billion. And I understand that we've got the babies, and I have my daughter, and I have my mother. She can't pay her. She gets $900 a month. So I help pay her bills. I'm retired. I worked for a hospital system for 20 years, 3 years ago. So I understand the healthcare access. I understand not having this equipment. I understand Dr. Hendricks, he used to deliver babies at East. So I get it. What I don't get, though, is having to continue to pay. There's got to be another well. This well is dried up. Go look for another well. Go look for the donors. Go look for anything else. But I did some research, and I did not see any cancer center, treatment center, that was funded by the community, that was funded by the voters. I still can't find it. I went last night, I looked again today, I can't find it. So obviously, the Dallases and the Phoenix and the Albuquerques, they found a way to do it and not go to the voters. That's all I have
30
to say.
seconds. Next, we have Dr. Manu Rajashadran.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Commission for hearing me out.
Welcome, Doctor.
I am currently Division Chief of Cardiology at Texas Tech and Staff Cardiologist at UMC. And I just wanted to take a few minutes, 3 in this case, to talk about who we are. So who are we? Who is UMC? UMC is the only not-for-profit hospital in El Paso. Who are we? We are also the only community-owned hospital in El Paso. Who are we? We provide care to underinsured, uninsured patients without a glance at their wallet. We're able to provide care in the clinic situation and in the hospital situation. Patients who would otherwise have to choose between paying their gas bill or coming to see a doctor don't have to worry about that when they come to see somebody like me. Who are we? We are also a hospital in dire need of an upgrade in infrastructure. We are also a hospital that needs to expand and provide services because we are getting overwhelmed in the clinical arena by the overflow of patients now that we're seeing. We're seeing more complex patients. We're seeing sicker patients, patients who choose to stay at home until they're on their last legs of disease because they're worried about affording a doctor, affording health care, affording to come into a hospital. From the cardiac standpoint, we need a cath lab expansion so that we can take care of cardiovascular disease, which is still the #1 killer in this country and the #1 killer in this city. We see a lot of patients who come in who are too sick to undergo surgery, and so we are doing complex, high-risk procedures in the cath lab with equipment that is now over 10 to 20 years old. We are trying to provide evidence-based medicine, cutting-edge technology to these patients so that they can survive their hospital stay without a cut in their chest, without an incision in their chest wall. These are patients who would be very high risk at most centers, whom we are bringing through at UMC hale and hearty and can go on and live their lives for the next 20 to 30 years. So this is what we're seeing. I'm going to keep it short because my time is short, but I think we need to look at this as an investment in the future, as somebody else said, for the next 20 to 30 years, and not as a tax. Yeah, are we going to be paying a little bit more? We are. But for those of us who believe that health care is a human right and not a privilege, the next time we're in line at a gas station buying a couple of lottery tickets, think of UMC, because that's what it's going to amount to, a couple of dollars a month more. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Javier Bañales. Javier Bañales.
He left, Caesar.
Okay. Michael Apodaca.
Welcome, Michael.
Judge, Commissioners, fellow El Pasoans. I'm Michael Apodaca. I'm the chairman of the El Paso County Democratic Party, and I wanted to speak in favor of the university's medical center bond request and let you know, which I sent to you all earlier, was a resolution that we passed in favor of this measure. You know, as El Pasoans, we take care of each other, and we offer the care and compassion that makes our community great. We believe that health care is a fundamental right and not a privilege. And it is our mission to further expand and support policies that will increase access to health care. UMC has a similar mission to ensure that people who have little or no access to health care can receive services now, and especially now with this proposal, to expand capacity and create new services such as a burn and a cancer center, so that El Pasoans can no longer travel to other areas for these services, especially since the stories that we heard today. This is a forward-thinking project that will further make our community a top choice for rural health care and hopefully will increase jobs. But I do want to take a moment, since this might be the only time I'm able to talk about this, and state that I'm really extremely concerned about the tactics used for those who are opposing this measure. First, they use a strategy to scare seniors that their taxes are going to go up by a ridiculous and untrue amount. It's untrue, and they know it's not true. This SPAC that sent out these petitions to people like my 92-year-old great aunt who uses UMC services and was misled until I had to inform her what this was all about. This is the same group that was funded through a for-profit hospital, which was the same group of folks who tried to destroy the Children's Hospital a decade ago. And they definitely do not want health care for everyone in this community. The other group, known as the Lieber Initiative, is definitely not a friend to the El Paso community. They are a conservative, dark money think tank who is funded by the Koch brothers, who believe that everything should be paid for play services and would eliminate every single type of social service that we have in our nation. They are trying to do the exact same thing here that they've done in the Rio Grande Valley: divide our community with misinformation for their own gains. This group says that they are for El Paso and they keep El Paso in mind, but their philosophy and their mission is not El Paso values. So quite simply, this bond, as I see it, is an important and a critical investment in El Paso. So to sum up, what we're asking from as our political party is two things. If these signatures are not valid, since I know they have to go through the process and there's quite a few, we ask you to please support the bond requests so that we as a community can start taking care of patients, grandparents, children, and ourselves with these expanded healthcare services through UMC. Or if they are valid, and it does have to be placed on the ballot, I ask for your support and lend your endorsement to let our community know the truth, what this will do to benefit El Paso, and to vote yes for this item. People are dying.
30 seconds.
From lack of access and health care in El Paso. This expansion will continue the promise that our general hospital that we founded over 100 years ago will continue to serve. So thank you so much for your time, Commissioners and Judge.
Thank you, Michael.
Dr. Shauna Goldman. Dr. Goldman? Dr. Rini Sewala? Also gone. Alicia Villa?
Welcome, Alicia.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to support UMC because it's very important that South Central gets a clinic and an urgent care. We need that for a long, long time since we're one of the original neighborhoods. And it would help our neighborhood residents a whole lot because they don't have to travel. They have transportation problems. And so this would be a very useful and needed clinic and urgent care for our residents, because a lot of our residents are seniors. And also, I support anything for the children hospital to expand, to keep our children here for their care, and also for our cancer patients, so they don't have to travel. So I think that our community health care is priceless. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you.
Gisela Castañón Williams. Williams? We'll try her again. Ignacity Ramirez? Ignacity Ramirez. Ana Pérez? Dr. Sumit Gaur? Dorothy Bird?
She's here. Can I ask you to stand just for a little quick, get up? Just to stretch a little bit. This is the 7-inning stretch. Big fives to everybody out there. Thank you, thank you. You always wanted a standing ovation. Here you have it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I would say good morning, but I've been here all day, so good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Bird. Everyone knows me as Sissy Bird. I am here speaking for the League of Women Voters. As a board member, to the county judge and county commissioners, we want you to know that we support your votes to endorse this certificate of obligation for UMC. Our community needs this upgrade to our local hospital. The League of Women Voters support this cause because of it is one of our organization's platforms that healthcare should be in all communities. Our organization understands that healthcare is a right for all. So we hope that you will vote for our community. All of us have our stories to explain why improved healthcare is needed, because some can tell their stories, but some are not here to tell theirs. So vote yes. I thank everyone that spoke today, like the lady said about timing. But I have a question. If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you, Sissy. Thank you.
We have a few additional names here, Judge. Let's see if these folks are in the room. Alicia Villa.
She went earlier.
Is that what it was? Okay. Araceli Carrillo. Dr. Harvey Greenberg. Dr. Javier Corral. Dr. Rodrigo Sainz. Dr. Salvador Cruz.
Yeah,
Oh, he
he
did?
spoke
Okay.
earlier, Susan.
Shauna Goldman was not available. Gladys Gonzalez. José Reyes. Professor Sotero Ramirez. Irino Villa. Steve DeGroat. Go ahead, leave. And Sylvia Carrion. I believe we called her before. Okay. Okay, Judge, that concludes all our speakers today.
Well, thank you. And thank you for, oh, there's a gentleman here. Pardon me?
Your name, sir?
Come up, James.
Okay.
James.
Go ahead, Mr. Peinado.
They had called me back to confirm that I'd be in person, and I told them I would. Hello, Commissioners Court. My name is James Peinado. I am the chairman for the local chapter of the El Paso Republican Liberty Caucus, and I'm also the state chair as well. And we identified this as a critical issue that needs to be combated. And so I spoke on June 27th, and then shortly put together a team of Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, and Democrats who all agreed that it is imperative that we take use of the law that allows us to get the signatures. And my team, Stop Borrowing Trouble, gathered about 5,000 signatures, mostly door-to-door. And then I worked with other teams apart from the Libre Institute, where we gathered about 5-6 of the petitions that were turned in. So we did a lot of the work, and we're grateful that the Libre Institute also helped out. And it's my understanding that according to the local grassroots director, Carla Sierra, 100% of Libre is funded by Texans. So, but it is unfortunate that they bring up these attacks about who is trying to get signatures to prevent a CO bond measure. That is, rather than talking about the importance of the issue itself, just trying to ad hominem the person who is trying to propose another side. I find it just a waste of time and a sad necessity that I had to work about 60 hours a week on this endeavor with a lot of people who were receiving compensation and also a lot of volunteers who throughout the month of July and August, when it was often over 100 degrees, pushing and pushing to get people to get signatures. And have you ever seen, I mean, like in El Paso, it's common, but even in other parts of the country, if you see a state park or a forest in a drought or a desert in a drought, you notice that the plants that are often, you know, they get the water that they need to survive, but in a drought, they start to crisp up. And the vegetation goes from green to yellow and brown. I see in the last 10 years, because of local government continuously raising property taxes, I see my communities, I'm born and raised in El Paso all my life, and I've definitely noticed a difference where the houses and the cars and just, you know, the people's communities are crisping up because they're having a harder and harder time making ends meet. El Paso, it's not something to casually dismiss that we have the second highest property taxes in the nation and highest by far in Texas, more certificate of obligation bond debt than all the other major cities of Texas combined, and you want to contribute to this after you shut down businesses for close to a year because of the pandemic. Johns Hopkins found that that didn't really even help. But regardless of the fact, we made our decision, we moved forward. People are trying to get back on their feet after that pandemic, and there's inflation and a lot of world instability with the economy. And you want to raise taxes, property taxes 22% on the UMC portion? You use our taxpayer money to lobby and pay these people to go all over town. So on taxpayer-funded lobbying, they tell the community that we're lying about the 22%. The guy who said that we're being deceptive, at the end of his paragraph of thought on that topic, acknowledged that it's a 22% property tax increase on the hospital district. And they cover up their property tax increase as being only 2%. No. the UMC, the hospital district property tax increase is going up from approximately 0.258,145, 26 cents for every $100, up 0.0568. That's a 22% property tax increase. It's more than a cup of coffee. I heard another guy from this
James,
PR team of suits. I signed up for 5 minutes.
No,
and
3 minutes.
I have listened for hours.
No, I
to
understand,
bunch- and I have
but to
worked
be
for hours.
fair, I'd have to give everybody the same time.
I'd like to, you gave Emma Acosta, chair of the East Side Democrats, 7 minutes to represent 2 organizations. I'd like 7 minutes.
No, you're not going to get 7 minutes. I'll give you a minute to wrap up.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's just, and we did not make this a partisan issue because we didn't want to let partisanship get in the way of this, because we're still hoping that out of just understanding the issue, that you'll see that it's democratic to give the citizens a vote on this issue. I saw too many stressed out El Pasoans that are just trying to make ends meet, and they eagerly signed this petition. The people that I had a harder time convincing, or I could not convince, were people that in economics they call rent seekers, people who seek to financially gain without providing a contribution, people who lobby to get funds from the government to go towards them without having to work for it. Those are the people that could not even sign a petition asking for a vote. They could still vote for it, but they want to deny El Pasoans the ability to vote. And you have the chair of the El Paso Democrat Party wanting to deny a vote to the people. Luckily, I worked with good Democrats in El Paso, and I'm
30
proud
seconds.
to say that I did, and they acknowledge that citizens should have a right to vote. This last thing is that the crowding out effect, that's another concept in economics. You want to have private providers of health care pay property taxes and give up to $400 million to UMC, like that crowds out competition. If you want a stronger, more economically prosperous, thriving community tomorrow, you can't compete with, expanding government, health care.
James.
You're going to drive out competition.
Thank you, James.
It does not create El Paso strong. It makes us go in a weaker direction. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, James.
I hope that we get a vote.
Thank
Even
you,
if we don't have the signatures, give us a vote.
Thank you, James. That's it. Once again, thank you very much for your patience. But this, really shows the community coming together. We've been transparent. Everybody has an opportunity to speak. We listen to everyone, and we look forward to October the 3rd, and we'll be able to understand what happened. Was it validated or not? And then we could move forward. Thank you once again. I know it's been a long day, but we really appreciate your participation. So thank you. Everybody have a great day. We'll continue with our agenda. Thank you.
Hold on, Judge.
Judge?
We need to postpone so that we can make sure that we get this on. So when we had the opening, we indicated that this item will be back on October the 3rd. So if we could postpone until October the 3rd, that would be your motion. We need a second and a vote.
So moved.
Postponed for 3 weeks. Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Thank you,
sir.
Commissioner.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, Caesar, we'll continue. Thank you, thank you.
Commissioners Court will recess for 5 minutes. It is 4:04 p.m.
Go ahead.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 4:26 PM. Item number 7B from presentations. Receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges. We'd like to ask for a deletion of this item, please.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, board appointments. Discuss and take appropriate action to appoint Commander Ryan Urrutia to the E911 Enhanced Communication District Board of Managers to fulfill the unexpired 2-year term of Chief Tom Whitten ending July 31st, 2023.
Judge, Commissioners, this is an item where Chief Whitten is stepping down from the seat, and Sheriff Wiles has recommended that we consider Commander Ryan Urrutia for this remainder of the term through July 31, 2023.
And I think it's, like Tom Wooden did such a good job, and I think it'd be a great sequence to follow, so.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for public health emergencies.
Judge, Commissioners, do you have any updates on this item, Judge?
No, not at all.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner Robinson?
He just got disconnected.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this item for today. No action.
No action for item 10. Item number 11, purchasing. Approve award recommendation for bid 22-021, replacement of 2 existing manufactured housing units under the Colonia Self-Help Center Mobile Home Replacement Program to Clayton Homes, number 861 of El Paso, Texas, for a project grand total amount of $214,987. Purchasing approved on August 25th, 2022. Funding is available in special grant, Colonia Self-Help 19 operating expenses.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. And item 11 is asking for the court's approval for a competitive bid award 22-2021 for the replacement of 2 existing manufactured home units. This project includes the demolition of the current structure and infrastructure, as well as new infrastructure, including a septic tank and all of the utility tie-ins. We are recommending the award for Clayton Homes, number 861 of El Paso, Texas, for the grand total of $214,987. And I will answer any questions the court might have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson?
He's still offline.
Still offline. Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, approve the purchase of 3 VACCon trucks with stormwater configuration, 1 CAT 150 all-wheel drive motor grader, and 1 CAT 305 mini hydraulic excavator for the County of El Paso using Texas Buy Board contract number 597-19, awarded to Wagner Equipment Company of El Paso, Texas, and Texas Buy Board Contract Number 601-19, awarded to Doggett Freightliner of South Texas LLC of Converse, Texas, for a grand total of $1,928,306.17. Purchasing approved on September 6, 2022. Funding is available in General Fund, Road and Bridges, Flood Control, Cap-Out Vehicles.
Good afternoon again. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent, and I'm asking for the court's approval of the purchase of this heavy equipment, which are the 3 VanCon stormwater configuration heavy equipment, 1 mini motor grader, and 1 mini hydraulic excavator. And these are all being used through a co-op. The first co-op we're using is Buy Board, and the second co-op would be Texas Board by contract. The first going to Wagner Equipment, the second to Doggett Freightliner. Each piece of this equipment is for public works, and there are no administrative fees charged to the county for using these co-ops. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, as well as we have our fleet director online.
Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you. Karen, I'm not sure if you'll know the answer to this question, but I know that last year, maybe even it was earlier this year, we purchased 4 vacuum trucks for when we had flooding issues out in the rural parts of the county. That's not the same as these 3 new additional VACCON trucks with stormwater configuration, right? Those were different purchases?
Good afternoon, Court. Hopton Staple, Fleet Operations Director. Commissioner, these are the same type, same vendor, same configuration.
So we're going to have 7 of these trucks? Because we purchased 4 last.
4 was in February of this year, 3 now, and I believe Public Works is intending to buy 4 more.
Okay. I thought we had originally only just, we're going to buy 4, and then for a time, we decided we were going to only get 2, but then we didn't want to miss out on the availability, so then we went up to the 4. But now it looks like we may end up having how many total?
Right, Commissioner. The production and certain chassis is available. There's still a huge delay nationwide. I'm not sure particularly when these would come in, but what we're buying now is the same as the previous 4 that we purchased.
Okay, so then we'll have a total of 7.
Correct. And I think it's because we've added the Horizon warehouse. I think Public Works, I don't want to speak for them, I think their plan is to have 2 at each warehouse.
2.
Right, and so we have a total of 4 warehouses. Horizon isn't fully up and running yet, but it will be. I think their plan is to have 4, and I just see Fernie popped up.
Yeah, Fernando. You want to comment, please?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Fernie Hernandez with Public Works. Yes, thankfully, we did get the 4 last year, which were a big help, or actually the beginning of this year, which were a big help during our rainstorm events. And so in order to be able to be more prepared for these larger events, we anticipated to have a total of 2, like Mr. Hopton was saying, 2 vacuum trucks for every one of our warehouses, plus potentially in the future allocating 2 more to be our floaters. I know that we're doing a lot of projects to be able to take care of the stormwater issues, but we do have a lot of issues that are considered, our stormwater nuisance, and the fact that these equipments are so efficient and so more prepared for our uses, that it seems viable that we go ahead and take the additional funds out of our stormwater money in order to accommodate these additional trucks. It was our recommendation that we kind of go ahead and proceed with this, so to be able to give our employees the proper tools and the proper assessment to be able to perform their measures during such assessments. I know that last year when we did experience the flooding out there in the Canutillo area, and particularly on First and Talbot, it took us quite a bit of long time, and that was with using our forces with limited of the vehicles that we had. We had to actually pull in all our vehicles from the other warehouses to be able to combat this. And so in order to be more prepared for future events, as we start going through our master stormwater list, we felt it was crucial to go ahead and acquire these additional trucks at this time.
Okay, thank you, Fernie.
One more thing I'd like to point out just for the court's benefit. I know the backup says Doggett Freightliner of South Texas. The way this co-op is set up, the chassis vendor, which is the cab and the chassis, that's who it has to be procured through. But the back piece of it, or the body through VATCON, at the end of the day, the vendor is actually local in El Paso. It's High Left, Texas. They're right across from the food bank off, I think it's Pan American. So even though it says it's actually that 1.4 million is actually from an El Paso vendor.
Good to know.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Item number 13, Judiciary and Corrections. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize operational funding for a Community Supervision Officer 3 for the County Criminal Court Number 2 DWI Drug Court Treatment Program in the amount of $69,705. Funds are available in General Fund, General Administrative Operations Contingencies. We'd like to ask for a one-week postponement on this item.
That's correct. And we did ask, Betsy asked, we weren't ready for this particular item. I think it'll be much, valuable if we wait, so. Yeah, move to postpone.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, County and District Clerk. Approve and record into the Commissioners Court meeting minutes the District Clerk's certification of the District Judge's order to approve the County Auditor's budget for fiscal year 2023 pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 84.021, 84.901, 111.044, 152.031, 152.032, 152.034, and 152.905.
Welcome, Sylvia.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Sylvia Duarte, Chief Deputy for the District Clerk. I'm presenting this item on behalf of our District Clerk, and this is to certify the County Judge's order and record into the minutes of the September 12th Commissioners Court meeting. This is pursuant to Section 152.031 of the Texas Local Government Code, the action taken by the Council of Judges. The District Court judges during their July 28th 2022 special meeting took action to approve the county auditor's salary plan, staffing level, salaries, and budget for fiscal year 2023. Staffing positions were approved. This will include the county auditor and the 73 assistants, amounting to $7,351,896. The supporting documentation was attached to the agenda item for your review. I believe our county auditor is on the line for any questions that you may have.
Is Dion on the? Hi.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Yes,
you.
this is just a formality every fiscal year. After the district judges approve the county auditor's budget, it's required by statute that it come to the Commissioners Court so that you approve the action of the district judge's order into your minutes. The county auditor's budget has been submitted to the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. There are no differences between what was approved by the district judges and what was submitted in the county budget. There are some contingent positions in there that were discussed with the county administrator. Like I say, this has all been approved and it's consistent with what's in the county budget right now,
Thank
in
you,
the proposed budget.
Thank you, Edward. Move to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. Edward,
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
have a good afternoon.
Thank you to the district clerk's office too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, Health and Social Services. ARPA project number 4050, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Grant Agreement with Project Amistad in the amount of $158,500. Contract number 2022-0690. We'd like to request this item be postponed 1 week.
So move.
Yeah,
Was that a second, Judge?
yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Fifth Amendment to the Services Agreement between the County of El Paso, Texas, and Celrico Services Incorporated for congregate and home delivered meals for the City-County Nutrition Program for the second of 3 6-month renewal options with a term effective October 9th, 2022 through April 8th, 2023. Contract number 2022-0664. We'd also like to ask for this item be postponed 1 week, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, item number 17, Budget and Finance. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 111.067, copy attached, conduct a public hearing on the proposed El Paso County budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023. Could I please ask for a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Got a big crowd to be presenting to right now, Betsy.
I know, I know. I've had enough crowd for the day, I guess. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Today, your agenda item reads to have this public hearing and then to approve and adopt the county's annual operating budget for the fiscal year 2023. This doesn't capture the magnitude of this action. This action is the culmination of months and years of leadership by each of you and work by the county family. Most importantly, it's a plan and a commitment on what we are doing to make life better, easier, safer, more attractive, more fulfilling, and more accessible for our community members and visitors. The vision and the guidance that the court has provided over the past year by sharing your priorities through strategic planning, the policy actions you've taken, and the direction you've provided through your meetings have helped us to develop this budget that both continues your work of fiscal responsibility while moving toward our vision of accessibility and an extraordinary quality of life for all through our unique heritage, diverse economy, and unified regional leadership. These first several slides do tell the story of what budget does and what it helps us to accomplish, which is so much more, again, than just the finances and the numbers that we talk about. It's how we deliver on your vision for our community. Instead of reading through the slides again, I'm just going to slowly kind of go through them, and then we're going to show you a video that captures a few of these items. This also captures the work that has been done leading up to today, all of the meetings and the hearings that the court has had in preparation for this final budget adoption. And our team's now going to share the video. Thank you, Miguel and Alexis. So in consideration of time, and I'll get emotional because I was thinking about this morning and about, you see these people enjoying our community and doing the things that, from the basics, the water, to the people at the naturalization ceremony. You all know that the majority of our budget is personnel-based. And it's these people on our team that make that happen. And it's your support for them that make it happen. And so I apologize for my moment of emotion. In consideration of time, these are only a portion of the major accomplishments for which we are extremely proud. Our county employees are dedicated to affecting lives in our community and are doing some of the most important work in our history. With Commissioners Court vision and leadership, they improve public health, wellness, and the economy. They provide access to rights, to vital records, to justice. They make life safer, and they respond to emergencies. They offer resources to help people meet basic needs and to help them reach their dreams. And they provide spaces and events to enrich our lives. And that's all done through your leadership through budget and strategic plan. Again, the leadership of the court through this budget and strategic plan, along with the drive and dedication of our employee family, are what provide energy, hope, and excitement for our future. On that note, we're very eager to provide the summary of the FY23 budget that will allow us to deliver on the strategic plan the court recently adopted, which will honor our heritage and continue to build the just, resilient, and bright future of El Paso County. In addition to our operating and capital budgets, which include many of the things that you saw in the video, and they ensure we're supporting all 9 goals the court has set forth, we also want to point out a few things this budget adds above and beyond to meet the court strategy to this year. So the FY23 budget includes approximately $19 million to support the goal to value the El Paso County family. That's between wages and benefits. Over $500,000 for the goal to advance community support services, specifically for the animal welfare clinic and the Veterans One-Stop Shop. $787,000 more for our goal to focus economic development toward building an economic impact fund of $10 million. A total of approximately $19.3 million for Goal 4 to upgrade infrastructure, including parks, mobility, and road projects, and stormwater. Just under $2 million for facility maintenance, which helps with 3 goals: infrastructure, improving operational processes, and strengthening our financial health. I also want to mention that $1.8 million in facility maintenance is to maintain the jail facilities, which also helps us maintain a safe community. And then, of course, the other $4 million in projects include things that are upgrading infrastructure, optimizing internal processes, increasing tourism, promoting collaboration and engagement, and focusing economic development. These are just a few of the significant items that the budget adds to what I believe is life-changing funding done with fiscal responsibility while moving towards that vision of accessibility and an extraordinary quality of life for all through our unique heritage, diverse economy, and unified regional leadership. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to get into the details of the summary for the final budget adoption. Jessica?
Thank you, Betsy. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. I'm joined today with Mr. Wally Hargrove, Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy, Mr. Francisco Rios, Budget and Fiscal Policy Department Manager, and Ms. Elsie West, Human Resources. It's our privilege to present to you the FY23 proposed budget for adoption. Next slide, please.
It's on the next slide.
As a quick overview, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. As a quick overview, the El Paso County tax rate adopted on August 29th will make up approximately 14% of a property owner's total tax bill, which is 1% less than the previous 2 years. On the right, the graph provides a visual overview of our tax rate since 2013. Next slide, please. The FY23 proposed budget for all funds totals $554.5 million. Since the printing of the proposed budget, there has been one change to the total budget in the amount of $55,000 to increase the fleet account for the new positions approved by the court during the budget hearings. This change will increase the operating category and the general fund, but it is not a large enough increase to change the overall budget summary. Next slide, please. The total general fund makes up 80% of the total budget, followed by special revenue at 11.53% and debt service at 5.86%. The grand total amount with the increase mentioned during the previous slide is $554,576,586. Next slide, please. The general government portion of the budget accounts for 34.56% of the general fund budget. Public safety follows at 32.9%, and administration of justice follows at 18.61%. The grand total of the general fund budget with the $55,000 increase is $443,739,748. Next slide, please. This chart provides a quick comparison of budgets and tax rates with other entities in the county. While the proposed budgets increased overall, the tax rate declined. This was possible mainly due to the increase in property values. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over briefly to Ms. Elsie West from the Human Resources Department. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jessica. Elsie West, Human Resources. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Pay and step increases were previously presented to the Commissioners Court during special Commissioner Court meetings and during the budget hearings. This slide before you today represents the final detailed pay and step increase eligibility list based on the county's pay scales and the direction from Commissioners Court. The top left box represent pay scales, which will receive a 5.5% COLA and the 2.5 step increase with the passing evaluation. The bottom left box represents the remaining pay scales and how they will be impacted for FY23. Next slide, please. Judge and Commissioners, the requested motion of the court for the adoption of the budget is to approve and adopt wage increases for eligible employees as presented to be effective October 2nd, 2022, except where otherwise noted.
That would be under the next
At this
item.
time,
That would be under the next item, not the public hearing.
Okay. When we come out.
at this time, I would like to turn the presentation back over to Jessica Garza.
Thank you, Elsie. The requested motion of the court for the adoption of the budget is to approve and adopt the attached El Paso County annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023. Next slide, please. This concludes the budget presentation, and at this time, Judge, we would open for public comment.
Caesar?
At this time, sir, we have nobody signed up for public comment.
Okay. Hi, Wally.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Nice to see you.
Great to be seen, sir. Thank
You
you.
look good.
Thank you. I feel good.
Judge, since there's no one signed up for public comment, we would request that the public hearing be closed and the next item be read in.
Okay, move to close.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Do we have Commissioner Robinson back? No? Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 18, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 111.068, copy attached. Approve and adopt the attached County of El Paso annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023.
Judge and Commissioners, Jessica Garza, again with Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. We would have two motions for you to consider and approve. The first being the HR motion
Can we read that in?
to approve and adopt wage increases for eligible employees as presented to be effective October 2nd, 2022, except where otherwise noted.
So moved.
And then just to be clear and for the record, that is referring to the slide that was previously presented in open hearing where it talks about the wage increases by pay scale. So that would be the reference for the record. Thank you.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And before we go
Thank
into
you.
executive session, if I may, Judge, Betsy, because of your moment of emotion, I too wanted to thank the employees. What a great job they've done all year long. And I noticed this especially, it's easy to say we're a county family, but I noticed it come to life during our picnic. Everybody that was there just had such a good time, and everyone to the person that came up to me thanked me and thanked the entire team for the picnic that was put on. So again, thank you to everybody that was involved. The Coliseum folks did a great job. And Betsy, thanks a lot. I know that you were at the heart of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And on the picnic, a huge thanks to our HR team and picnic committee. They did an amazing job.
You know, they say that you'll see the morale at a picnic, because if they don't like you, then you'll sense it at the picnic. And everybody, like Commissioner Leon said, they're happy, competitive, having fun, and it was just such a good feeling to see them there and responding the way they did. So we thank HR for everything that they do to make it happen and everything else. And today winning that Platinum Award was quite an honor for us, and it shows our responsibility to the community.
Thank you.
So thank you.
We do need
Thank
one
you,
more
Commissioner.
motion on budget. Can we pull up that motion?
Yeah.
Are we going to vote on the prior motion first, or we'll do both of them together?
Did we not
Or
vote
did
on
we-
that one? Sorry. I thought you did. You did.
We voted on the
Oh,
HR
on-
motion,
okay.
but we're still pending the other one.
Oh, so before we vote on this motion, Judge, I had a couple of little questions that I was hoping to ask Betsy before we move on to the second motion.
Sure.
And I just, whenever I review the budget, the proposed budget, I want to make sure I understand when there's been a difference between last year's, the 22 budget, and then the 23 that we're looking at now. And so I just had a few things that I wanted to make sure I understood. For example, Betsy, the medical examiner, I noticed that our revenue estimate for 2023 is substantially lower than what it was in 2022, and I'm just wondering what changed with that.
Yes, ma'am. We quit renting the second floor of the building.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that's all from the rental.
Let me double check do you have the amount right in front of you, Commissioner?
So it looks like for fiscal year 2023, it's 5,098 is the revenue, whereas in 22 it was 158,140. So it's about 153.
Yes, ma'am. That's
the
the
rental?
second floor rental.
Okay, great. And then for the county tourist promotion, there's two different, there's the county tourist promotion and the Coliseum tourist promotion. And it seems that we're estimating a lot more revenue in fiscal year 23 in both of those categories. And so I'm just wondering, one is nearly 5 million more and the other one is a little over 3 million more. And I'm just wondering where, how it is that we're thinking we're going to raise that much additional revenue.
So Mr. Dion, I think he's online, he projects the revenue based on what the outlook is for hotel occupancy.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Dion, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but then after certain, in these two accounts, and Frank or Jessica, one of you all can correct me, but the funding comes into one, and then it pays that bill, and then it's moved to the other. So let Jessica clarify, or Frank.
Sure, you are correct, Betsy, that the funding does come in from the hot taxes, and then it's transferred out into the other account.
And Mr. Dion,
And
do you want
Mr.
to?
Dion's on. if
Yes,
Mr. Dion wants to speak to it.
I can clarify just a little bit. During COVID, the hotel motel taxes took quite a bit of a dive under the Coliseum tourist promotion. We've seen a rebound now, so my projection for hotel motel has increased substantially. During that time, when the hotel motel taxes dropped, we had a concern we were going to have enough hotel motel revenue to pay for the Coliseum contract with the Sports Commission. So therefore, we usually would do an excess transfer out of the Coliseum tourist promotion account to the county tourist promotion account. So FY23 has a catch-up of the fund balance. That's the residual. That's why it's so high in 23, because now we're comfortable that the hotel motel taxes are back up, that we can transfer those under the county's account for your discretion for promotion of tourism.
Great, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, just a couple more. And then I'm wondering for the elections contract services, there's also a decrease in revenue. Well, actually, we're showing no revenue in 2023. Is that because there's a program that used to generate revenue that's not going to generate revenue anymore?
I think that's because it's biennial, but I'll let,
Well, is Edward Dion again? I can answer that also. We've had some difficulty in estimating those contractual agreements with the elections department, and after consulting with the county attorney's office, the statute actually says that those revenues should not be estimated as part of the budget. And so as we can certify a contract with Lisa Wise of elections, then we'll go ahead and make sure that they have funds to handle those election service contracts. So they won't be in the budget anymore because they're really erratic and you can't really project them, and I would rather not overestimate. And plus, the law says we really shouldn't be estimating those in the budget.
Perfect.
So we've taken them out for FY23.
Perfect, great, thank you. And then the last one, under the court facility category, I noticed that we've never had revenue before, but we are going to have revenue in 2023. So I'm just wondering if that's a new program and what exactly that is.
Which account was that again, Commissioner?
Court facility, Fund 6187. It's page 42 of the budget book, very top.
Okay. To my knowledge, that's probably a new fee that was approved in the legislature, and therefore we didn't have any historical data on it. But now that we're getting revenues in, and those funds are restricted, so we went ahead and set up that separate fund for that revenue, and that'll be new in 23.
Okay, yeah, because it says court facilities fees, so I was just wondering what that was.
Yes.
What those fees were.
We can provide you the statutory site on that also.
Okay, great, and that's it. Those are all my questions that I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
So I can go ahead
If
and
there
make
are
the
any
motion.
more questions?
If there's no more
Thank
questions,
you.
I'm happy to make the motion. To adopt the attached El Paso County Annual Operating Budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023.
So moved. I mean, second, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
thank you, Judge and Commissioners. It seems like at the end of this long day, that's not a big deal, but it really is significant to us, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you, Betsy, for saying that.
Just to answer Commissioner Hogan's question, it was SB 41, where that new revenue was created for the transit facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Dion.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 19A and B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all-skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains, so they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type, machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
Because you have to be emptying them, and you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
Hi.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in the winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
Hi.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming up from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 20, discuss and take appropriate action on identifying funds for the proposed Migrant Support Services Operations Center and ongoing migrant support needs.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. So in an effort to continue to move forward with setting up the processing center, we would like to please request the next step, which is to identify a potential funding source to secure advance funding. And in order to accomplish that at this time, the motion would be to approve and authorize the county to apply for a special funding request under the Emergency Food and Shelter Humanitarian Relief Program and accept assignment of fiscal agent if necessary on behalf of the El Paso jurisdiction, subject to legal review and approval. I also would add that we do know, if necessary, if there is a change with regards to those ESP advanced funding requirements, we will let you know. But that would be the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for
Thank you
all
all.
your work and support. Irene, everybody else that was an executive, thank you so much for getting us to this point. Thank you.
You all have a good evening.
That, I believe, covers all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Okay, meeting adjourned, and I want to thank everybody that worked so hard today. A long day, but very productive. Thank you. And our translators back there, thank you. Thank you.
There was nobody to clap, so I'll figure it.
This concludes today's meeting at 6:04 p.m.
Thank you.